Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this afternoon's live commentary coverage of the Brickyard 400 from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and what is the third race of the Crown Jewel races on the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series schedule. It is also the finals of the in-season tournament challenge as we will have a head-to-head battle with $1 million at stake between Todd Gilliland and Ryan Blaney. Also, with knowing that this is a race close to the end of the regular season, we have a tight battle for the regular season championship and a tight battle as well for the last couple of drivers trying to inch their way closer to getting into the top 16 in points to compete for the championship in the final 10 races when the chase begins. All that and much more to cover throughout the course of the race today, but now it's time for the pre-race. And in our pre-races, we do some NASCAR trivia. We're going to highlight the Fantasy League, who I think is going to win the in-season tournament challenge here today, and then also a look at the starting lineup, the point standings, outlook coming into these final four races, and much more. So appreciate everybody tuning in. Be sure to hit the like button if you have not done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. Our goal is 100 likes for today's live commentary coverage of the Brickyard 400. Race will be starting at about 2 p.m. Eastern, so let's get on with the trivia now, and it will be, of course, a NASCAR Brickyard 400 oriented quiz, and we'll see what Sporkle has for us. We have Brickyard 400 top 10 finishers from 1994 to present day. And that only goes to 2013, so I'm not going to do that one. This one goes to 2017. I don't think we're going to have one that is super close to the modern day. There's a lot of Brickyard 400 top 10 finisher quizzes. 260. This goes to 2019. We're getting closer. Everyone I click on, there's a couple more years than the one prior. All right, let's do this one. How about Brickyard 400 pole sitters and race winners? We only have 4 minutes. This only goes to 2013 also. Well, dang. It's going to be hard to find one that's got 2024 and 2025. Starting lineups top 10, that's an interesting one. As long as it goes past 2013 at this point, I think I'm going to try it. All right, 2017. You know what? We'll try it. Why not? Okay, so this is going to be a very tough quiz. This is going to be tougher than just top 10 finishers because we've seen a lot of upsets in qualifying alone here at Indianapolis before. There's going to be some drivers that have qualified top 10 that have maybe never even won a NASCAR race. So we'll see. We'll see. And that could be the case for the top 10 finishers as well. But all right, so top 10 qualifiers. If you've started in the top 10 in the Brickyard 400, you're on this list. 20 minutes, 240 drivers. And we'll see if we can get them all. We're going to start off inaugural pole sitter, Rick Mast. I know Jeff Gordon's got some poles here. Earnhardt Sr. did not have a pole. Okay. He was runner-up, or outside pole sitter, I should say, in 94. Just Mark Martin. Going to try to get all the 90s on here. Oh, Harry Gant, Ernie Irvin, Kyle Petty, Sterling Marlin, Matt Kenseth, Lake Speed, maybe? Yeah, let's go. Lake Speed, Kenny Schrader on here a bunch. Ricky Craven on here at all? Oh, let's go. 1998. Chad Little. Mike Skinner. Mike Skinner's on here. Jimmy Spencer in 01 was on the pole. I know Casey Mears has a pole here. Ryan Newman's on the pole a bunch. Denny Hamlin, pole sitter. Go Blaney, Bill Elliott on here a bunch. Casey Kane, Carl Edwards on here at all? Greg Biffle, Marcus Ambrose, Montoya. Kind of skipping the 90s now. Now I'm starting to go all over the place. Elliott Sadler, Dale Jarrett's going to be on here in the 90s. Ricky Rudd is probably on here in the 90s. Did I do a Ted Musgrave yet? I don't know if I did or not, but David Reagan on here? Sure enough, he is. Kenny Irwin? 1998. Waltrip. That's some Michael Waltrips, quite a few of them. Steve Park, 2002. Jeff Green. David Green's on here a couple times. In the 90s. Ryan Vickers. Hornish on here at all? He is not. Jamie McMurray. The Labonte brothers, Terry and Bobby. Bodine. Jeff Bodine and Brett Bodine on here in the 90s. We got 1994 already, so we got the inaugural season. Bobby Hamilton. Joe Nemechek. Okay, there we go. Johnny Benson. Ooh. No Johnny Bensons. No Scott Riggs. Travis Quapple was a good qualifier. He's not on here. Brendan Gaughan. Okay, now we're really stretching. Rusty Wallace in 2000. That was the only year he qualified in the top 10 at Indy. So again, Morgan Shepherd, that's a good one. He's not on here though. So anybody, let's go Dolan back. No Wally. Grissom. Steve Grisham is not on here. Robert Presley is not on here. Truex. Boyer. Jimmy Johnson. I didn't put him yet, did I? Jones. Put Reed Sorensen, David Stremme on here at all? No. We do have Ambrose already. Osavar on the poll today. This quiz only goes up to 2017 though. Kyle Larson. Larson's on here. Austin Dillon on here at all? No, he's not. Stenhouse on here at all? He is not. Welcome, everybody. Our quiz for this weekend, if you're just tuning in for the first time, is any driver who's qualified in the top 10 in Brickyard 400 history. And 14 minutes left on the clock. We got 188 of 240 already. How about David Gilliland? No. Paul Menard, former winner here. Burton. Scott Wimmer on here at all? Nope. Mike Bliss. Jack Sprague. Derek Cope. Not on here. Kevin Harvick. Tony Stewart. How did I not put Tony Stewart on here yet? Danica Patrick on here at all? Nope. Almirola. Regan Smith, maybe? Nope. I tried Scott Riggs already. He's not on here. I'm missing the 2016 and 2017 pole sitters. Who am I missing there? Missing a lot of 2010s. Chastain. Suarez. I did try Moffitt just a second ago. Oh, I didn't put the Bush brothers. Kurt or Kyle. Yeah, that got a lot of them. It started more difficult, and I forgot a lot of the easy names. Is there any more pole sitters I'm missing? I don't think so. No, we got all the pole sitters. Got outside pole in 2005. Andretti. John Andretti's on the list 2 times. Do have Denny Hamlin. AJ Allmendinger, I did not put yet. I did not put Keselowski, another former winner here. Logano. Okay, now we're cooking. 231, 240. We got 9 names left. No Chris Buescher. So we got 2017, 2016, 15, 14's good, 13's good, 12. We got all the 2010s. 2009 started 5th. So started 5th in 2009, started 6th in 06. Still got the outside pole sitter in 2005. Johnny Sauter on here at all? 2005. It's NASCAR 06. McDowell on here at all? David Rudiman? Okay, Rudiman's on here in 09. Fitting. That was a good season for him. Won the 600 that year. Casey Atwood on here in the early year. Okay, Casey Atwood qualified 3rd in 2001. I knew Bill Elliott had a great run that year in this race. So I figured maybe both of the Evernham Dodges had speed, and they did. So 2006, 6th place, outside front row. Jeremy Mayfield. Another Evernham Dodge in '05. Makes sense. Yeah, they were always quick at Indy. Now we got 236 of 240. We got 1996, 5th and 10th place start, 10th place start in 97, and then the 6th place in 2006. So let's think here. NASCAR, Tony Raines. Oh, trying to think. NASCAR '07 video game. '2006. I already have Dale Jarrett. 1996. There's two of them. Dick Trickle? Oh, dang it. Stacy? That's 7 minutes. Uh, might be able to get that 2006 one. The 290s are going to be tough. I did try Johnny Benson already. He's not on here. Robbie Gordon's a good one. I don't think he was on here, though. He would have popped up with Jeff Gordon. If you're just tuning in for the first time, appreciate you all watching Brickyard 400 live commentary coverage. 6 minutes left on our quiz for the pre-race, and we'll get into more pre-race action prior to the drop of the green flag for today's 30th Brickyard 400. 2006. I did put Brian Vickers on here already. Okay. 2006. Yeah, 1996, 1997, and 2006. We have 4 drivers. Anybody who started in the top 10 in the Brickyard 400. Trevor Bain? Oh, shit. No, that's not it. I just know I haven't. Oh, Greg Sachs. I have not put Greg Sachs yet. So he started 10th in 1996. That's one. We got 3 more. 96 and 97 could be the same driver. Started 5th in 96, 10th in 97, and 6th in 2006. I tried like a Boris set already just to see if he was on here. I'm just really trying to think back to like Hornaday. Oh dang, I didn't try Hornaday. Tried Unser just to throw it in there. Fittipaldi. Franchitti? See, he came in more '08, I believe. Like Carpentier was around '08. John Wood. I'm really stumped. I did try like Speed. Speed's on here actually. And he's actually third in '96 was the only year he qualified top 10 at Indy. Top 10 qualifiers in the Brickyard 400. Our quiz for this week. We have 3 names left. We have 90, one of them in '96 and '97, then 2006. Bobby Hillin Jr. That's a good one. There we go. Okay, that's '96. So we got 10th in '97 and 6th in 2006. Yeah, I did try Ricky Rudd already. I do have Bodine, Brett, and Jeff. Todd was not on here. Yeah, less than 2 minutes. Loy Allen, no, he wouldn't be on here. He's not on here. Phil Parsons, I don't know if he was still anywhere around Cup in '97. I don't think he was. I did Ernie Irvin already. I'm looking at the chat. I don't see anybody throwing names out there I haven't already used. Oh, JJ Yaley, I did not try. Okay, Yaley was 2006. I did not get him yet. That was a Joe Gibbs Racing year, the 18 car. Okay, we have one left and we only have 35 seconds. I got to come up with something here. One left, less than 30 seconds. I did try Chad Little already. I got Chad Little. There's no way it's. Yeah, it's not. Oh, man. 10. Oh, no. One off. 10th place qualifier in 1997 was the only one we were missing. Rich Bickle. I honestly, I don't think I would have came up with that. I like how it says we had 100% on our quiz when we missed one. 239 of 240. Rich Bickle, 10th place qualifier in 1997 was the only name we missed. I would have probably needed the chat's help on that one. I know who Rich Bickle is. He's not a name that usually pops up on quizzes that we do. But yeah, he did race in the mid to late 90s. NASCAR Cup Series. Qualified 10th at Indy in 1997 for the Brickyard 400. Hey, pretty solid. Pretty solid, chat. We did a really good job. All right. Getting closer to the drop of the green flag in the Brickyard 400 this season. And with that being said, in-season tournament challenge finale this weekend. And we are going to be in a pretty tight battle, I think, for most of it. Ryan Blaney versus Todd Gilliland for a $1 million bonus. Best finisher between the two of them will win the in-season tournament challenge as they have qualified for the finals. After making head-to-head battles all of the last 4 weeks, week 5, the finale here in this crown jewel race. Now, Todd Gilliland has 2 Brickyard 400 starts in the last 2 seasons. He has finished 6th in both races, so this has been a pretty good track for him, one of his best. Ryan Blaney, last year he finished 7th and he finished 3rd in 2024. So he has had great runs at Indy in the next gen era as well. So they are probably going to be right on top of each other today. Gilliland has been fast as of late. There's a reason he's in the finals. He ran top 10 all of last weekend at North Wilkesboro, and so did Blaney. And I believe Gilliland actually ended up with a top 10 finish. He was not one of the lead lap finishers, but I think he finished in the top 10. And Blaney actually finished 11th as he had a pit road speeding penalty in the final stage. Gilliland finished 8th last week. So, I mentioned that he could have a good run. He's been good on flat tracks this season, short flat ovals in particular, but now a longer flat track, and that's worked out well for him. It's not just a strength for Penske, it's a strength for Ford all around. Penske just seems to have more speed than the other Fords with a track like this, but cannot count out Todd Gilliland. So 2 Ford Mustangs going head-to-head this week. I have Blaney winning the in-season tournament challenge. I think having those flatter ovals and a track like Atlanta where he dominated already as the last 3 races, if he made it through the first 2 rounds, that he was going to have a really good opportunity. And he had to go against SVG at Chicagoland, which I thought was a pretty easy call to take Blaney for that one as well. Even though SVG has obviously done well on ovals the last 2 weeks at Atlanta and North Wilkesboro, finishing 6th and 5th, but Chicagoland he did not. And that was a new one for him, too, because he had never raced there. Obviously, 7 years since the last NASCAR Cup race there up until a couple weeks ago. So not being there ever before, I think, definitely hurt SVG that week in particular. At least he's raced at Atlanta and North Wilkesboro with the next-gen car and just in general these last couple seasons between O'Reilly and Cup Series action. But Blaney is definitely the big-time favorite here, but I'm not counting Todd Gilliland out of it. It's Gilliland because he's got the pickle car today. Oh, boy. The return of the pickle car. I think he led laps with the pickle car in the spring Atlanta race earlier this season, so. Hey, you never know, man. That's a good luck car for him. And Todd Gilliland, we'll see if he can get it done. David versus Goliath. I was actually listening to the NASCAR Weekly podcast earlier this week, and they said it's David's son versus Goliath because Todd Gilliland's father, of course, David Gilliland, former NASCAR Cup Series driver, winner in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, and NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, I believe, as well. Didn't get a win in the Cup Series level, but had ran there for several years. Runner-up finished to David Reagan in the Spring Dega race of 2013. 1-2 finish for Front Row Motorsports that year, and oddly enough, his son racing at Front Row Motorsports right now. So, some connections. All right. So that is that. That's the only matchup to look forward to this week for the in-season tournament, as it is the final week for it. Point standings coming into the weekend. 3 drivers locked into the chase out of 16. Again, it is straight points to take yourself locked in. We have 5 races to go until the chase starts, so obviously 4 after today, and they'll have an off week next weekend as well. Denny Hamlin is the points leader. He's got a 68-point cushion over Tyler Reddick. He could score as many as 76 points in a single race and outscore one driver by 75 points. So Reddick could mathematically still take the points lead today, but it isn't as likely. Ryan Blaney, 3rd in points. He's also locked into the chase alongside Reddick and Hamlin after last weekend's race. He is minus 87 points. Fell behind a little bit. He was minus 65 going into last week. Denny Hamlin was able to stretch his lead out about 20 or so points over both Reddick and Blaney in 1 week. Blaney, Reddick within 19 points of one another, so really tight battle for second. as a battle for seeding, of course, going into the chase. Ty Gibbs is fourth in points. Chase Elliott rounds out the top five. A consistent season for him, though not the stage points that everybody else in the top six has had. Everybody in the top six of the point standings have scored 150 plus stage points. Elliott's only got 96. Carson Hocevar, Chase Briscoe, Christopher Bell, top 10 in points, also have over 100 stage points where Elliott does not. So it seems like qualifying has kind of hurt the 9 team this season, but they get better over the course of the race. So expect him to be quick maybe by the finish here today. Kyle Larson, 6th in points. Carson Hocevar, 7th. Chase Briscoe, 8th. Chris Buescher, 9th. And Christopher Bell round out the top 10. 11th in the standings is Daniel Suarez. Then you got William Byron, 12th. Bubba Wallace, 13th. Shane Van Gisbergen holding on to 14th. Joey Logano with his first win of the season finally last weekend after what has been an abysmal year. Dominating performance in North Wilkesboro. He led over 323 of 450 laps in that race. He jumps up 2 spots in points. He went in outside the cut line. He is now 15th. A win does wonders under this current format just because of how many points you get if you win a race. Austin Cindric is 16th in points. Last driver in coming in, and he has a cushion of 33 points over Eric Jones for that final spot. Ryan Preece is 18th. Brad Keselowski 19th. Brad's been very good at Indianapolis, not only in the next gen era, but really over his career. He's got 4 top 5s in the last 6 races. And he almost won here 2 years ago at the next-gen car, ran out of gas in the closing laps of the race while leading. So Brad Keselowski, he could be a threat here today. Michael McDowell tied for 20th in points with Ross Chastain, who are a little bit on the uphill climb as of recent weeks between the two of them. So that's your point standings outlook. Engines are just now fired as they've given the command to fire those cars up. So we will go through the starting lineup for this year's Brickyard 400 at All Spire Motorsports front row with Carson Hocevar on the pole for this one, his 3rd career pole in the NASCAR Cup Series, and Daniel Suarez, already a Crown Jewel winner, winning the Coca-Cola 600 earlier this season, trying to go for 2 Crown Jewel wins in a row. Tyler Reddick will be on the inside of row 2. He's a former runner-up here in 2024, and he was also on the pole for that race. Ty Gibbs, who won the in-season tournament challenge last season, will start row 2 for this year's race. In row 3 will be Denny Hamlin, still searching for that first career Brickyard 400 win, and Michael McDowell, who's a former road course race winner at Indy in 2023. Row 4 will be rookie Corey Heim, who we saw win in San Diego just a couple starts ago in the Cup Series, and Alex Bowman, who had announced earlier in the week he will be retiring at the end of the 2027 NASCAR Cup Series season. In row number 5, A.J. Allmendinger, another former road course winner in 2021, alongside Kyle Larson, who won the Brickyard 400 in 2024. Last year's pole sitter, Chase Briscoe, on the inside of row 6, and Cole Custer had a top 5 finish in 2020. In row number 7 will be Ryan Blaney, who has finished in the top 10 in the 2 next-gen races here, and Eric Jones in row number 7, a former runner-up in 2018. In row number 8, Chris Buescher alongside Brad Keselowski, the 2018 Brickyard 400 winner. In row number 9, John Hunter Nemechek, Riley Herbst. In the row 10, last week's winner, Joey Logano and Austin Dillon. William Byron, a top 5 run in 2019 in this race, alongside Ross Chastain, who's still searching for his first Indy top 10, will be in row 11. Row number 12 for Christopher Bell and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Bell's not finished worse than 12th in his 3 Brickyard 400 starts. Shane Van Gisbergen, who started 11th in last year's race, 25th today in row 13, alongside Josh Berry, who's still searching for a ride in 2027. Chase Elliott, Ty Dillon starting deep in the pack. I mentioned already, qualifying not the strong suit for the 9 team. Again, this weekend that is the case. Starts deep in the field, so he's got his work cut out for him. And row number 15 will be Bubba Wallace, last year's Brickyard 400 winner, a hiccup in qualifying alongside Zane Smith. Connor Zilch, the rookie, alongside Austin Hill, who fills in that 33 car for the rest of the year, will be in row 16. Row 17, Noah Gragson, and Ryan Preece, who finished top 5 at Indy last season. Austin Cindric, 16th in points, starts deep in the field in row 18, and Todd Gillen starts deep as well. 6th place finishes in the last 2 Indianapolis races for the Cup Series as he goes for the in-season tournament championship. And Cody Ware and Casey Mears bring up row 18. Mears, the 2004 pole sitter of this race. Daniel Dye making his 3rd career Cup start in the 78 car all this season will start in row 20 39th place, last on the starting grid. Our stage splits today will be 50 laps in both stage 1 and stage 2. Final stage going to be 60 laps, bringing us home to the finish. For fuel purposes, they will have to pit at some point in each of the 3 stages. And pit strategy, always big at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Fuel mileage going to be big as well, as this is a track that leads towards it. We had a bit of one yesterday in the O'Reilly race, and I would imagine with the race length today, as it usually is at that 400 miles, 160 laps. Something to watch for. Brad Keselowski, of course, ran out of fuel with a couple laps to go just 2 seasons ago in this very race with these same stage splits, might I add. Shout outs to those of you tuning into the stream so far. We got Billy Kramer, Chris Davis, Terry Lewis, Bam Hall, Frederico Sanchez, thanks for tuning in. Robert Goodrich, welcome to the stream. Steve J, Sharitha Cooper, Frank Powers, Tim Brown, Wayne Martin. Might have missed some others at the very beginning of the stream as well. Marcus Villarreal, Wade, Mark Guest, Melinda Garrison, Robert Brambley, Brandy Robinson. Thank you, everybody. Gonna make a quick community tab post here. I'll let you listen into a little bit of the broadcast as we get closer to the green.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it's legendary. Cars are rolling off. Qualifying happened here yesterday. Let's get to our starting grid, presented by Straight Talk Wireless. Front row, Carson Hocevar, third career pole. Next to his teammate Daniel Suarez, who won 600. Row 2, Tyler Reddick, second in this race 2 years ago. Rolling off next to Ty Gibbs, won Bristol earlier this season. Row 3, Denny Hamlin. He wants that first Brickyard 400 trophy. Michael McDowell there as well. He's won on the road course here at Indy. Row 4, Corey Heim, a winner earlier this season at San Diego. He's next to Alex Bowman, who was 9th at this race a year ago. Row 5, A.J. Allman.
We're going through the starting lineup, which we already did, so I won't let you necessarily have to re-listen to that. I'll unmute it as soon as they get done with their starting lineup. Pretty good crowd on hand at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on this late July afternoon. See if they try to radio up any of the drivers on their pace laps at Indy. Be checking pit road times in another pace lap or 2, and then they'll be going green within a few more. 2 races in the books. It's been pretty clean and green all weekend between the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series and the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Race at 2 different tracks so far this weekend. Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the O'Reilly race yesterday had 1 caution late in stage 2, and then obviously the 2 stage breaks. And in the truck race on Friday night, they were at Indianapolis Raceway Park, short track racing. Only 1 caution for incident there as well, which actually was big enough that caused a red flag early in stage 3. Those were the only 2 cautions of the weekend. And we've had 300 laps worth of racing between those 2 races combined, another 160 today. And will this be another kind of clean and green race as we've seen this weekend? This car's a lot less downforce than the O'Reilly series had with their package at the Brickyard. Passing going to be very, very difficult, especially on that lead car. That's why Spire Motorsports locking out the front row was such a huge deal yesterday. Toyotas have been very quick on intermediate tracks all season. That has not been a surprise. There's a reason they have more wins than any other manufacturer by far so far this season. They've been fast pretty much everywhere, but the intermediate tracks in particular have been their strong suit. No change of that this weekend, with 3 of them qualifying in the top 5, Tyler Reddick, Ty Gibbs, and Denny Hamlin. Those 3 have been pretty much the 3 best Toyotas all season. They're all in the top 4 in points, and coming into this weekend, all still searching for their first career Brickyard 400 victories. Top 5 in practice on Friday afternoon, which was a full 50-minute session with multiple sets of tires, so a lot of changes could have Ben had at the front of the leaderboard with adjustments being made, but more of the same. Toyota sweeping the top 5 positions there. Usual suspects like Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson were up in the top 10. Larson of the fastest Chevrolets, Blaney the fastest Ford, and the only Ford in the top 10. A lot of the same of what we've seen on intermediate tracks for most of the season, even in the recent weeks as well. Expect those drivers to be fast here today. And if there is anybody to beat a Toyota, probably going to be of that Larson, Blaney, or even Carson Hocevar, Daniel Suarez. They're in the top 11 in points for a reason. Spire's taking a huge upswing this year. They each have a win this season. Carson Hocevar on the pole yet again this year. And when he's qualified up on the front row, he's had good finishes to go along with it. We'll see if today will be another one of those days.
Danielle.
Yeah, Steve, Bubba Wallace is the defending winner of the Brickyard 400. He told me last year's win was the greatest day of his life because it was his first win as a father. I spoke to his crew chief, Charles DeKnight, this morning. He told me, I actually think the car we brought here this weekend is better than last year's fun with. But after getting into marbles and qualifying, we're starting 29th. I hope we get some yellows early so I can play around with strategy. Gain 2, 3, 5, even 10 spots. He said that's the name of the game for us all day today.
Now, that win was big for Charles DeKnight. It was the first of his career atop the pit box in the Cup Series. So we referenced it throughout NASCAR Nation. And here, as we looked at the starting grid, we went from 32 drivers down to 2 in the in-season challenge. $1 million on the line today for Todd Gilliland and Ryan Blaney. Tell us all about it, Mama Smith.
Yeah, Adam, it's going to be a hot one down here. For sure, some might say, but not hotter than in the 38 car of Todd Gilliland. The Todd father is going after Ryan Blaney, trying to take down the Titans that is Penske for $1 million. Todd told us earlier how he feels like, it's really theirs to lose, so we're just going to execute and keep the pressure on. Ryan and his crew, they want this paint to go along with the all-star man that they have already under their belt. I texted Ryan earlier. There's a NASCAR Sundays party that goes on in New York City and in Charlotte. I said, hey, man, if you win, will you add to the bar tab for next week's party? He said, I'll add $1,200. So a bunch of people pulling for Ryan Blaney as well as Todd Gilliland.
Going to be fun to watch these two go at it this afternoon. And now we do our race analysis.
Yeah, it's the most famous racetrack in the world. 4 corners, 2.5 miles. Today's 160 laps to get to that 400-mile mark. Stage 150, second stage 50 as well, and longer third stage at 60 laps. The fuel window about 42 laps.
And now what do we keep an eye on 400 miles today?
Fuel, and not so much on the driver. We go to some tracks where it's about the driver to save gas. Today, it's about me as a crew chief. When can I get fuel in my car? How can I strategize to get in front of the next driver? The road is going to be more important today than ever, and we're going to try to minimize mistakes there. It's very narrow. The pit boxes are long, but it's very, very narrow. These pit stops are super fast. So you're going to be coming into your pit stall, leaving your pit stall, around to the cars. Got to be careful not to make mistakes there or speed, costing yourself tons of track position.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway is one of one. First race at this historic venue more than 100 years ago. And today marks the 33rd time NASCAR has taken the green flag at this place. Front row, Hocevar and Suarez. T-Banks from Spire.
All right, pace car on pit road. Spire Motorsports will lead the field to the green with both cars on the front row, led by Carson Hocevar, the pole sitter. And we're racing at Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the 2026 Brickyard 400. Big block by Kyle Larson after they crossed the yard of bricks on the front straightaway to try to fight for that bottom lane of the racetrack. And keep from losing any positions, and now quickly underneath another car as he tries to pick up another spot in the early lap of this race. Top few in the running order quickly spacing out down the back straightaway with much lane changing going on. Down the back stretch, nearly 3 wide, almost 4 wide around Joey Logano in the 22. Another dive bomb by Larson, getting back by the 48 of Bowman, sticking his nose to the inside of, I believe, Michael McDowell in the 71. Larson's making some bonsai moves on all ends of the speedway through the opening lap of the race. Carson Hocevar, leader at the end of lap number 1. Will he be the leader at the end of lap 160? Ryan Blaney qualified a little bit outside the top 10. Trying to break into that top 10 positioning. Entering into the outside groove to try to make a pass was Chase Briscoe in the 19 car. Now down to block the 17 of Chris Buescher on the back straightaway. He's going to get a quick bump draft to ensure that he is going to clear the 43 of Eric Jones. That was a fantastic move by Briscoe, a gutsy one at that. Eric Jones had to lift to keep from making contact in the center of the corner as that 43 car seems to be struggling in the early laps. And after getting his momentum broken, he did lose another position shortly thereafter. Tyler Reddick all over the second place car, Daniel Suarez, after Suarez has fallen nearly 2 seconds out of the race lead already. Carson Hocevar is absolutely pulling away with a fast hot rod in the early laps of the race. No draft effect is able to keep up with that 77 car. He is getting out and away early. Huge line of drafting cars single file down the back straightaway as we work lap number 3. William Byron pulls out a line into turn 3 to make a pass on the 2 of Austin Cindric. Actually, not the 2 of Cindric. That was the 43 of Eric Jones. My apologies. Denny Hamlin, 7 Crown Jewel victories in his NASCAR Cup Series career. He's won all but this one between the Coca-Cola 600, 3 Daytona 500 victories. 5 wins at Darlington total. He's had a few Southern 500 victories, but he has never won the Brickyard 400. This is his 17th try at trying to win this race. Didn't win any of the 3 years on the road course either. So 20 years at Indy, he has not won. He's finished at best 3rd place 3 times. One of those times was last season after starting at the rear because of a crash in qualifying on Saturday. Today, he did not crash in qualifying, so he did get to have a fast car, as mentioned already. Started up in the top 5, runs 4th in the early laps. Hamlin also was leading after leading the most laps back in 2020, and with 6 laps to go in the race while leading, blew a right front tire, smashed the wall in turn 1 in a pretty hard and violent crash, and that took him out that year. He's had numerous opportunities where he has been close, just has not been able to succeed. There's just a few things Denny Hamlin has not accomplished in this series. One of those, of course, winning a championship, as most of the NASCAR fans know, but what many may not know is that he has not won here. And he's won in a lot of places. Could be another one of those great opportunities today. He's been quick all weekend. Top 5 in practice. Top 5 in qualifying. Now they just have to execute on strategy, which he and that 11 team have been able to do a lot in the last a couple of seasons, really. Obviously, this year he's been heating up in the summer, but he had the most wins in 2025 as well, with 6. He's got 4 of them this year, 5 if you include the All-Star race back in May. And he is the series points leader. Top 10 in the running order as we complete lap 6 of 160. Carson Hocevar now with a 2.5 second lead over Daniel Suarez. 3.4 seconds to 3rd place Tyler Reddick, and 4.6 seconds over Denny Hamlin in 4th. Ty Gibbs 5.3 seconds off the lead in 5th. Corey Hymas 5.7 seconds back at 6th. Kyle Larson 6.2 off the lead in 7th. 8th place is Michael McDowell, 6.7 seconds off the lead. AJ Allmendinger in 9th at 7.3 off the lead. And Alex Bowman 10th, 7.9 seconds behind Carson Hocevar. Quiet start to the race. We saw quite a bit of fall off in the O'Reilly race yesterday, about 2 seconds of tire fall off over the course of the opening stage in particular, which went caution-free up 30 laps. Best lap by Carson Hocevar is a 49.855 on lap 2. It's the only lap time of a sub-50-second lap so far. And the last time by He ran a 51.388. That's already a second and a half slower than his fastest lap, and that's only 8 laps in. May cause for a lot more pit strategy than we usually see at Indy. And knowing that the stage splits 50 laps on the first 2 stages, we could see a lot of teams maybe splitting it in half and going around 25 and 25 versus most years maybe trying to take it to the end of that fuel run right around lap 40. With as hard as it is to pass here, you can pass a lot in the pits. So pitting within a lap or two of drivers you're within a couple seconds then can be a huge difference and could gain you several spots. Bubba Wallace on the move after winning last year's Brickyard 400. Had to start 29th this year. Looks like he's still back in the 30th place position. William Byron up 6 positions from the start of the race, has made the most passes of anybody on track so far. Ryan Preece up 5 spots, 4 for Austin Cindric within these first 10 laps. Haven't noticed anybody lose too many spots. Joey Logano lost 4 positions in the opening couple laps. He's now 23rd. Nobody has lost 4+ positions outside of him, and then Ty Dillon also lost 7 spots as well, as he's back to 35th. All 39 starters in this race, obviously on the lead lap. You're going to see a lot of cars on the lead lap all throughout the course of the day. That's another thing with this being a 2.5-mile oval, and especially in the stage racing era, that even if we get longer green flag runs, all it takes is one caution, and it really throws the strategy in for a loop because we're not going to see many cars off of the lead lap unless we see a lot of accidents, which this race has yielded in the past, and not just in the next-gen era, but even prior to that. It's a very difficult racetrack. The high speeds, corner entries into turn 1, turn 3. What is that level of commitment? You add traffic into it as well, where your car's not going to be handling anywhere near as good as, say, Carson Hocevar out in the clean air right now. Things will be difficult there also. Hocevar's led 125 laps this season coming into today's race. And he's looking very sporty early on. Not as good of a run last weekend at North Wilkesboro Speedway, but 2 weeks ago at Atlanta was a threat to win. Was actually leading coming to the white flag of that race in an overtime finish. Was passed by Ryan Blaney on the final lap after Blaney had won all 3 stages. Hocevar still able to get away with a top 3 run, and transferring that to this week with already a pole and leading every lap from the start. Joey Logano pulling out of line, trying to make a late pass into turn 3, getting one of those 4 spots lost in the opening laps of the race back. Could maybe see more movement on the longer run, knowing that there has been tire fall off, almost 2 seconds now, a fall off in just 12 laps.
Then use code TNT to get $10 when you trade $10. Kelsey, trade what's next. 2.4 second advantage for race leader Carson Hocevar.
An impressive opening set of laps for Hocevar. Currently has the fastest lap of the race on lap 2. You're on board with Austin Dillon. I think he is definitely off the pace. Saw one car streak by, the 2 now Cindric streaks by. Yeah, you got to be pretty concerned if you're losing positions, because single groove racetrack, pretty challenging to put together a pass here. If you're losing spots and getting pressured from behind, you have to imagine that the car is disastrous to drive.
Prestry onboard camera.
Here comes another run from
Looking back at Connor Zilich coming for a spot.
look a little bit low here, but not having the position.
Zilich a winner last year in the O'Reilly Series here at Indianapolis. and no longer a teenager. You said it during the starting lineup, Steve. 20-year-old. We gotta take that teenage comment out of our thought process because that's how we refer to him. Seems like forever.
Then he talked to us about in pre-race how the heat today vastly different than practice. Gonna have your hands full. We're starting to see some cars start to struggle with balance, Steve.
Yeah.
Marty, what you got on the 45 here?
I think Xfinity on board with Tyler Reddick in third right now. So Steve, about 5 laps into the race, Billy Scott is finishing Tyler Reddick. Hey, save fuel where you are. It wasn't 2 laps later, Steve, that he said, hey, actually, hook up the pace. Can't let the 7 get that far away. So why would he kind of change his mind just a handful of laps later with Reddick in third?
Well, two sides to that. First, why would they save fuel this early in the race? Well, the teams know they have to add about 56 gallons over the course of the day to make 400 miles. That's the math. But if you save a little, you get that down to 55 or 54. That's less work on pit road. The gap that his crew chief is concerned about is to leader Carson Hocevar. We go to Pocono. We go to the road courses. You can pit at will and not lose a lap. But here, even as big as Indianapolis Motor Speedway is at 2.5 miles, the long, nearly 3,000-foot pit road at a much slower pit road speed than we saw decades ago. It has slowed down because of its narrowness. But how narrow it is, you have to be within about 5 seconds of the leader or you'll lose a lap. So we're
11 stop saying now back and push it a little harder there, please.
more information. The left not playing. So they're all working this accordion. But right now, the number one thing is the gap from that leader of Ziegler. We have that leader right there to the guy back here at fourth or fifth. So right now, I would say that's the last guy that can pit. Gibbs on up can pit without losing a lap behind Gibbs with lose a lap.
It's fuel management. It's gap management. I mean, it is an enormous math equation when you talk about strategy at this place.
That's what Denny talked about when he said there was like 5 different aspects.
I love Denny's football analogy. He said it's staying on top of the down and distance, right? And I mean, if you're a football fan, that's what it is. You got to know exactly what play you're calling in the right situation of the game.
I'm a little embarrassed by my line. It's a little squiggly.
That's all. Yeah. We got a long way. It's 400 miles.
Okay, I'll work on it.
If you're going to make a mistake, make it early,
Okay.
Steve, okay? Alex Bowman qualified top 10, scored 10th right now. What's their story, Shannon?
Yeah, Adam, of course, a big story for Alex Bowman this week. Announced that he's going to retire at the end of the 2027 season. He said he wants to go with another year because he wants to have a chance to have a strong season. But of course, there are things that he wants to do outside of the race car, which is why he's made the decision to walk away. I did talk to him before the race started. I asked about the emotion that took place make the announcement. And he said it's just relief to have it out there and to have everyone know what his plans are. Relief in this race as well, because they go out and be aggressive. They're 182 to the cut line. Like Karen said, we could just go out. We don't have to worry about points. Try to get a win.
That 182 to the cut line, obviously, because Bowman himself missed those races due to injury. Like Harris on the upper left, pretty cheap for Alex Bowman.
You see that 48. Just think about all the success that Jimmy Johnson enjoyed here.
He had a lot of it.
So
Johnson had a lot of success here.
On NASCAR Nation.
He was lucky to have him and Jamie at the desk. To have 2 Brickyard 400 winners, to have Jimmy who's done it so many times.
Mr. H.
I mean, yeah. Mr. H joins us. We had quite the cast. Oh,
Look at this. Speaking of Hendrick Motorsports, number 9, Chase Elliott, and the 97, Shane Van Gisbergen getting after it.
yeah, I've been watching Chase the last couple of laps. There's a huge gap to the next car in front of Chase Elliott, Josh Berry. So that tells me the 9 car is not comfortable, not able to keep pace. He's holding up all these cars behind him. It's at the risk of losing positions as we just saw. Danielle, what you got on the 9 car? What's he struggling with?
Yeah, can you say that, Dale? I talked to Christian Allen Jefferson this morning. He said our car's just been all over the place. We've never settled in and get it where it needs to be. The biggest challenge starting in the back, he likes to hard get into the corner time, and he just can't do that here. He's going to have to enter shallow into the corners, and that's just a big adjustment for Chase.
How you drive these corners matters so much. When I was Jeff Gordon's crew chief, we came here and we were average on the speed charts, and I thought our entry into every corner looked low on every video I saw. And I questioned it and questioned it and questioned it. Of course, Jeff knew better. We start the race, and the guy in front of him takes that big arc, and he's shallow entries right to the left. And he kind of taught me that while lap time's important, you really have to work on having your car drive how you know it needs to be good in the race. And we already see drivers on pit road, the three of Austin Dillon.
Here he comes, Shannon.
Yeah, Steve, guys, they think they might have a flat going down. It's been out there on the track saying that something feels funny with the car. They were going to try to ride it out, but they're going to bring it down.
In the wrong direction. So they make this stop in lap 20, try to get him buttoned up.
He fell all the way back to the 35th place and a dozen cars in the last 2 or 3 laps. And you see how far he was behind the field, and he's coming back on the racetrack. Obviously a lap down. To Steve's point earlier, these cars that are within 4 seconds of Hocevar could come down pit road without losing that lap, and anyone else would be at a risk of going a lap down if they pitted. Wouldn't shock me, even though they could run 42 laps on fuel, that we see cars like Carson Hocevar or Suarez probably 25 to 30. I think that would be a window for pit stops.
Carson Hocevar told owner Roger Penske earlier today in the drivers' meeting, this is my favorite racetrack, and he is delivering today. He's led the first 20 laps on TNT.
20 laps complete in the Brickyard 400 out of 160. Carson Hocevar has led every lap from the pole so far. 2.3 second advantage over Daniel Suarez in second. Tyler Reddick sits third. Denny Hamlin fourth. Ty Gibbs rounding out the top 5 in fifth. Corey Hyman sixth. Kyle Larson seventh. Michael McDowell eighth. AJ Allmendinger ninth. And Alex Bowman in 10th. Cole Custer 11th, Ryan Blaney 12th, William Byron 13th, Chase Briscoe 14th, and 15th is Chris Buescher. 16th, Eric Jones, John Hunter Nemechek 17th, Brad Keselowski 18th, Riley Herbst 19th, and Ross Chastain 20th. 21st for Joey Logano, Christopher Bell 22nd, Josh Berry 23rd, Chase Elliott 24th, and Shane Van Gisbergen 25th. 26th is Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Zane Smith 27th, Ryan Preece 28th, Bubba Wallace 29th, and Austin Cindric 30th. 31st, Connor Zilic, Noah Gragson 32nd, Todd Gillen 33rd, Ty Dillon 34th, Austin Hill in 35th. Cody Ware 36th, 37th, Daniel Dye, and Austin Dillon last in 39th. He had already been to pit road, a potential flat tire there. Just ahead of him, last car in the lead lap, 38th, Casey Mears. So that is the full field running order. Green flag pit stop's probably going to be coming up here shortly if drivers try to split the stage in half at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Carson Hocevar starting to lose a little bit of his lead the last couple laps as Daniel Suarez in the number 7 is within a second and a half of the lead. That's as close as he has been pretty much the entirety of this race. He was almost 2 seconds out of the lead after lap 3, so getting closer. In that second place position, you wonder if Hocevar was pushing a little too hard too early, knowing we've seen tire fall off already this weekend. He's fallen off about 2.3 seconds as of that last lap. And as he catches lap traffic at the back half of the field, he is obviously going to have to deal with things handling-wise he hasn't had to deal with so far. And with how fast that car has been, he's catching lap traffic maybe a little quicker now than what usually we would see at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He's got Cody Ware, Daniel Dye, Casey Mears within about 10 seconds of him. Though knowing the lap time he just ran, he's still probably about nearly that entirety of the 10 seconds off of where Mears, Dye, and Ware are at. Some green flag pit stops going on right now as well. Chase Elliott is down on pit road. Of course, was very much struggling with his race cars. He had been outside the top 20 from the start of the race. Christopher Bell in the 20 car looking to press forward on the 21 of Josh Berry. These two are battling for position shortly during this NASCAR side-by-side commercial break on TNT. Final race, by the way, on TNT this season. As the rest of the year, they are going to be on either USA Network or NBC for the rest of the season. So we'll have Lee Diffie back in the booth with Jeff Burton and Steve Letarte, I believe. In-season tournament challenge battle between Ryan Blaney and Todd Gillen. Blaney sitting in the 12th place position that last time by. And for Todd Gillen, who started very deep in the field, he is still back at 32nd, but he has gained 4 positions from the start of the race. As for Ryan Blaney, only 1 spot up, qualified 13th. And again, was able to get to 12th. Pretty much has stayed there every step of the way. Not a lot of changing in the running order up at the front of the field. Deficits in those top 5 positions getting closer to our leader, Carson Hocevar. Hocevar with a 1 second lead over Daniel Suarez at last time by as we're officially halfway through stage 1. Tyler Reddick 2.3 seconds off the lead in third. Denny Hamlin 3 seconds back in fourth. And Ty Gibbs 3.6 seconds off the lead, rounding out the top 5 in fifth. We got halfway through stage 1 and more green flag pit stops. Bubba Wallace
In
is
the
in.
opening stage, we already had a few
Sorry,
pit stops.
Yes, these I believe are scheduled.
Ty Dillon.
Probably the guys
Ty
that are
Dillon's
struggling the most. In a perfect world, you would burn off the whole 14 gallons of one can, come down pit road, it makes for an efficient pit stop. We'll see what the leaders try to do. All of these drivers, like Ty Dillon here with the registry on board, will lose a lap to the leader. Hocevar has definitely done a nice job of extending that gap. There's currently about 6 or 7 cars that I think could hit without losing a lap. Chase Elliott was under service. I'm sorry, Dale. He was under service as well, complaining about his right rear. He said it was just really overinflated, and the car had a big balance issue, and now he's blended back into traffic. And he's back on the racetrack, right?
Yeah, Carson Hocevar's lead is diminishing fast. He has been giving up anywhere between 3 to 4 tenths of a second a lap in the last 4 to 5 laps to Daniel Suarez. Tyler Reddick has been quicker than him as of late, too, but it seems like the 7 car in particular kind of keeping that distance between he and Reddick at about 1.5 seconds while gaining time on his teammate leading the way. Chase Elliott trying to make up some time on fresh tires, gets by Ross Chastain in traffic. Chastain, of course, on the lead lap. Elliott is not. The only 4 cars that have hit pit road have all been at the tail end of the field, or at least the back half of the field, outside the top 20. Chase Elliott, Ty Dillon, Austin Dillon, and Cody Ware were the 4 cars to pit. Now Chase Briscoe is on his way to pit road from the top 10.
One chase to another. Driver 19, really good this summer. Got the victory at Chicagoland Speedway. We're up 30 minutes or 90 minutes from the racetrack. Down in Mitchell, Indiana. Briscoe pitting at lap 26. Here he is, Marty. Adam, he has 100 friends and family in it today. No race. Chase Briscoe would rather win than this one. Saying the car was just a little bit free, kind of splitting this stage 1 in half. All the leaders also started to talk about when they would come to pit go. 24 to go here in stage 1.
I think Briscoe having a competitive car here today and hitting pit road when he did at lap 26, pretty much splitting this first stage directly in half. 25 laps complete, 25 still to go, is probably going to lead for a lot more cars to come in the next several laps. William Byron in the 24 for Hendrick Motorsports is now on pit road.
Byron is now on the pit road. Shannon.
Start to the race for Byron, who gets his.
All right, so there you go. Byron on and off of pit road. Ty Dillon came back in again. He had a penalty, so a pass through for Ty Dillon, which will keep him off the lead lap for quite some time. Our race leaders, Carson Hocevar and Daniel Suarez, still pacing out in front of the pack. And again, Hocevar's been giving up a lot of time. Kyle Larson into the pit lane. And showing a replay for Ty Dillon as to why he came back to pit road, and I believe it was a blend line violation for the 10 car. We've seen that issue at Indianapolis in the past. You cannot go above that white line on the access road in between turns 1 and 2 through the chute. And we've seen quite a few drivers kind of try to arc off turn 2 on the access road by flashing out. Chase Elliott a couple of years ago and a couple others, and Ty Dillon busted with that. Here's Larson in the pits.
Yes, here on the first run of the day at the Brickyard. HendrickCars.com.
Mentioned already about Larson coming on to pit road a couple times, and there he leaves. Pretty fast stop for the 5 team. Close enough to the leaders. He's going to be close to being able to stay on the lead lap. He's trying to get the speed in turns 1 and 2 as Carson Hocevar in the 77 is through the chute. Larson on the access road of turn 2. Obviously, Hocevar at speed. Larson will have to build that down the back straightaway. Larson going to blend up in traffic. He'll have a couple more lead lap cars between himself and the leader as well, which could help. And obviously now Larson has fresher tires. So Kyle Larson pits. He was inside the top 10. And I believe he was running in the 7th place position and was able to stay on the lead lap. He was anywhere in the ballpark between 4 to 8 seconds off the lead. So probably going to have to be within there to stay on the lead lap going forward. for any more green flag pit stops we do see. If the leader, of course, chooses to stay out and run long. Ty Gibbs is on pit road from the top 5.
On the racetrack, and that's why I think we're starting to get a little bit of this split. I don't love the 77 stuck in traffic, Dale, as you just mentioned. I feel he's losing time to drivers like the 54 who's come to pit road now.
Scheduled stop, Ty Gibbs, lap 31, Marty. 20 to go here in stage 1. They bring the 54 down pit road. No real handling complaints from Ty. So a little bit more turn can help in this run, but pretty happy with it overall. And Steve, it's fascinating. This is why you crew chiefs love Indianapolis, because I just heard Billy Scott tell Tyler Reddick a moment ago, we're going to be out here for 10 to 12 more laps. This window here in stage 1 is just so wide and massive.
Yeah, tells me.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. making a green flag pit stop. Also from the back half of the field, we've only seen a couple of drivers from the top 10 hit pit road in stage 1. So a lot of the field's still going to have to make a stop under green if we don't catch a caution. We're now just less than 20 laps to go in the stage. Michael McDowell from 8th place, AJ Allmendinger from 9th place are in the pits as well.
Because of that traffic.
McDowell, Allmendinger, really good starts today, both making pit stops. Shannon?
Michael McDowell just didn't have enough to make the pass on Kyle Larson. He's been struggling with loose overall, has really edgy on the rear. Needs some more security, Marty.
AJ Allmendinger said on the radio, it just feels like I'm sliding around everywhere. Much warmer today at Indianapolis than it's been the entire weekend, but it's been a nice solid top 10 run for college racing and AJ Allmendinger so far.
Top of the screen, you saw the 77 come down.
Yeah, Carson Hocevar, the race leader, on his way to pit road. Surprised his teammate did not follow him. Daniel Suarez stays on the track and will become the new leader.
25 of Reddick. Reddick and Suarez.
And Tyler Reddick battling with the 7.
There's
From a final 3.
Tight battle. Reddick tried to sneak away on the outside of Suarez, was not able to complete the pass. Denny Hamlin now down the backstretch to the inside of Reddick. 3 wide for second place as they head into turn 3. And coming away with that spot was actually one of the lap cars who had already been to pit road. Denny Hamlin making the pass on Tyler Reddick. And Suarez pits 1 lap after Hocevar, and he locks up the tires. Going to have to be careful that could be a speeding penalty.
He's on the access road. If you look at the map, the 5 of Larson has already passed him. Look at this up here. The 5 of Larson in front of the 77, I believe, already. There is the Larson. We're going to have to go to the rear camera if we want to see the 77 leaving pit road. There you go.
Yeah, big difference there. Again, we have seen a lot of tire fall off. Kyle Larson pits a handful of laps before Carson Hocevar. Larson jumps Hocevar in the running order. Daniel Suarez stays out 1 lap longer than the 77, and the Toyota's still out there of Hamlin and Reddick, while Ty Gibbs has already been to pit road.
On entry as well. Getting the stop done here with 17 to go in stage 1. Still plenty of leaders, though, who have yet to come to pit road.
A lot more in the pit lane to come, at least. Denny Hamlin leads for the first time today after making a pass on Reddick. When Reddick failed to make a pass attempt on the outside in turns 1 and 2 on Daniel Suarez after Hocevar came to pit road. Showed a replay for Suarez.
That's
Locking up the front tires, trying to make his way into the pits. Just got to hope that he did not speed.
to your point, Dale, about all the cars that have pitted. They're 24th on the track. There's this gigantic.
Haven't heard anything yet. And Daniel Suarez was speeding on pit road. He definitely tried to maximize his pit road entry as much as he possibly could. And it looks like he did a good job of getting the car backed up in time by the front of the car hitting the commitment line. How much longer are Denny Hamlin and Tyler Reddick going to stay on track? We actually have Toyotas 1, 2, 3 in the running order now, with Hamlin in the lead, Tyler Reddick in second, Corey Heim third, Alex Bowman fourth. And then Cole Custer in fifth place, rounding out the top five. First in the running order of the cars that have actually been to pit road already would be Kyle Larson in the 24th place position. Both Larson and Gibbs had cycled ahead of Suarez and Hocevar because of pitting a handful of laps before them. Gibbs had actually been to pit road, I believe, slightly before the 5. Might have just had a slower. No, I did have that backwards. Larson was on pit road before Gibbs. Let's look here. Last pitted. Be easier if I go to this leaderboard. I can check that a little bit quicker. Larson pitted 2 laps before Ty Gibbs. That was enough to cycle him out ahead. He pitted 4 laps before Hocevar, 5 laps before Suarez. But now the question is, will the tires hold on over the course of the longer run? And how much longer in the run is Denny Hamlin going to go? Because he's not going to have as much time to try to gain on the back side of that, because we're down to less than 15 laps to go in this stage. So I don't think he's going to have much time to really take advantage of fresh tires if he falls too far behind. Last lap by Hamlin, he ran a 51.722. Where Kyle Larson on fresh tires in 21st place ran a 51.594. Now, he did have a little bit of traffic, so he was only 0.2 of a second quicker that last time by. I guess that's really going to be dependent, and that's where the spotters come into play, is if you blend out in traffic versus cleaner air, you're going to have a much harder time trying to make up time on those 4 fresh Goodyears. Larson fortunate that he didn't have as much traffic around him. Riley Herbst in the 35 car on pit road. Turned things around in recent weeks. A little bit outside the top 20 in points still for Herbst entering today. Again, only 4 races to go until the chase after the checkered flag falls this afternoon. Shane Van Gisbergen on pit road as a side-by-side commercial break continues on TNT. All first stops of the day for these drivers in stage number 1. More split strategy to come at the end of the stage. I think these drivers that are trying to run this first stage out long are probably going to stay out of the pits during the stage break, if I had to guess. Which is why they're running the strategy now. They're pretty much sacrificing stage points in an opposite manner than we would usually see at like a Pocono or any of the road courses on the schedule in the stage racing era. Going to sacrifice them by running long and then staying out during the pit stops rather than being the first of the cars to pit road. So 2 different strategies at play there. Top 5 last time by at the line. Denny Hamlin in the lead. Tyler Reddick in second. Corey Heim third. Ryan Blaney fourth. And Eric Jones rounding out the top 5 and 5th. Chris Buescher in the 17 to pit road.
17.
Same for Alex Bowman and others.
Yeah, the fuel window 40 to 42, but don't forget pace laps here. Those don't count in the count, but they count in fuel usage. This guy's a little bit short on this first one. Pulls out in front of Custer.
Connor Zilic, Ross Chastain, Cole Custer in the pits. Denny Hamlin from the lead will come on to pit road.
Here we go. Denny Hamlin. The stop's going to be longer, but how much longer? Let's see what Denny Hamlin does and how long. Really focus on the fuel ban. He is going to have to go to 2 cans. So the choreography is going to be everything is about fuel. The rear tire change will probably run around the gas van. He might even stand there and wait for the gas van to get done with the first can. Kyle Larson on the racetrack will easily bypass the 11th because he's going to have a much longer stop, and he ran on old tires, Marty's.
They will wait on fuel here for Denny Hamlin, but in their meetings this week, Denny Hamlin was very clear with Chris Gale. I don't care about points this weekend. Just put me in a position to win this race. So this is the strategy running very long here in stage 1, Danielle.
Todd Gilliland is in, who started 36th. Deep in the field, who said, I have no grip, guys, on tight on exit.
Saw the long stop.
Tyler Reddick on pit road.
Reddick should look the same way. Long by design. Wait on fuel. You heard it on the radio.
All these drivers making pit stops has cycled Larson up inside the top 15 as everything continues to churn. Ryan Blaney also coming to get his stop. Here's the 45, Marty. Yeah, you heard spotter Nick Crane say waiting on fuel, Steve. They're going to wait as well here on the 5. Terrific long run speed, by the way, for that Toyota. He said the balance was a little bit free, but at the very, very end of the run got a little bit too tight for him. Ryan Blaney said it got better for him the longer they ran on the 12 car. Shannon?
Yeah, you got Christopher Bell. He started 23rd on this. He has been battling a race car. Remember, Adam Stevens told me today was about strategy. They know they put themselves in a hole in that qualifying effort. It's down and away.
All these drivers now, mathematically, you're in a window to do this on 2 more stops. How do they manage the rest of the afternoon? We'll continue to watch. And we'll also watch the top 7 who are yet to make a pit stop. And just as I say that, here come some of them, because right behind that group is Kyle Larson, who was leading through the cycle. Joey Logano, most recent winner, coming to the pit lane as Larson flashes by. What about the 22, Shannon?
Joey Logano has had some heartbreaks here at the Brickyard. He's finished second twice. Last week put him in the chase contention. He has been tight and dirty air, and the tight is at the 2/3 point of those turns.
So Eric Jones also making a pit stop. He was really good in the early portion of this race a year ago. So when you look at the pylon, the top 4 yet to make a pit stop. Larson has cycled back to the top 5, and he leads that original group that started making those pit stops under green.
Yeah, so the ones that are currently staying out, they absolutely have to pit. Time, the last one, Nemechek, Berry, Sinjig on pit road. Now there is Kyle Larson right here. You wonder, you see behind him Ty Gibbs, behind him Carson Hosford. That's all for position on the racetrack. The 11 of Hamlin is going to be just inside the top 10 with the pit stop cycles. What's the difference? Here's all the information that matters to these crew chiefs right here, right? So you look at what happens. You look at all the pit stops. The most important thing is total time. 10 seconds for Larson, 15 seconds for Hamlin. Well, why does that matter? Well, Kyle Larson got about 14 gallons put in his car. Denny Hamlin got nearly 20 gallons of gas put in his car. So that wasn't just bad work by Denny Hamlin. That slow left side is waiting for that second. Unreal. Larson was going to cycle to the race lead as Hyde made his pit stop. First caution of the day for Kyle Larson in the Brickyard 400. Wow. What a turn of events.
Kyle Larson around at Indy.
It's like a left rear. Wow. Yeah. Saw this last year. Logano flew a left rear while leading. Priest had a left rear in practice.
Cindric had a problem last year when he was out front.
Remember, the 5 had pitted about, call it 10 laps ago, I think? 20. Yeah, even more than that. You're right, Dale. Just unreal. What a heartbreaker for the 5 team.
I thought
the best 16 laps on
I
tires.
thought the best car in practice. They were confident with their strategy. They thought they were in the best position to go win this race. And have something sort of out of your control take you out of it. And they're in a tough spot in the points as well, fading back outside of the top 6.
Yeah, shown 7th right now after the incident when you talk about the standings, Marty. This will make it 3 tough straight weeks for this 5 group with speed in the car as well. And Dale, they had just told Kyle Larson like a lap ago, start pushing the pace a little bit more so we'll know what to adjust to for our car later. And then this happened.
You think about what happened here a year ago, the troubles he had at the Indy 500 trying to qualify for that race, and the struggles that he's had ever since. You come back here and you think, man, this is where we're going to turn things around. You see the tire go out, you see the car spin around, helpless.
That was a big hit.
For Kyle, there's nothing he can do. What looked like maybe, might be the day where he ends the winless streak. The struggle continues. That's a really, really hard hit. Thankful for the safety barrier there, taking some of that energy out as he backs that car into the wall at nearly full speed. Let's ride on board. NASCAR's done a lot of work to take some of the, some of the support and stiffness out of this body. You see the car absorb some of that crash energy. 2-3 years ago, that would have been such a tough wreck for him physically. So we're thankful for the advances and the changes made. Just like us, we see it for the first time on the program. Same reaction here, disbelief.
Well, we were just getting ready to celebrate the way they had executed the early portion of the race. From seventh in the running order, they were going to cycle to the lead. And, Marty referenced the speed they've had, but the tough summer it's been for that 5 team after they had put on four consecutive top 5 finishes.
Yeah, we saw it in Chicago, a couple instances in Atlanta.
Last week they were strong in North Wilkesboro, but they make that pit stop. They had the contact. Eventually, they were part of that cycle when they came in under green and caution came out. And they were caught and just could never gain back the positions.
And then today, a blown left rear tire had a huge impact. A last place finish for Kyle Larson. We were talking so much about strategy. We talk about execution, and we forget they're running nearly 200 miles an hour at the end of these straightaways. That brings it back into perspective instantly.
3 finishes outside the top 30
That run of top 5s they were on.
for Larson in the
Consecutive
last
34th, 15th
4
last
races.
week with the issues they faced on the short track in North Carolina, and now this.
Having a conversation right there with the Goodyear Tire Tech about the air pressures they were running. Why would this issue happen?
I've been exactly where Cliff Daniels is right here, and it's helpless. You try to turn over every stone and look at every piece of data and give your driver not only the best car, but what you believe is a safe car to drive. I mean, he's your best friend out there. You don't want to do anything, and his mind is spinning right now on the information. He's bewildered. You can see the response. Now, if you're the other Hendrick cars or even the other Chevy teams, you are nervous and asking questions. What's going on? What do we think happened? Air pressure is easy, but what about tow, camber, other settings, fuel load, lap time? There's a million different data points that go into this decision. The teams will be kind of going through with a fine-tooth comb. Pit road now open. We will see if there's anybody that has to kind of change plans. I think front likes what they're in the middle of, the front of the pack.
I mean, Ty Gibbs was the other guy that executed the green flag cycle early. He will be the race leader. And some drivers here electing to come down. Pit road open as we hit 4 laps to go in this opening stage. And we'll reset where everybody is following the pit stop, short run to the green and white checkered flag when we return on TNT.
Late in stage 1 here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway under our first caution of the day, race leader Kyle Larson blows the left rear tire in turn 3 with about 6 or 7 laps to go in the stage. Pretty hard crash with the left rear / driver's side door of the race car slamming the outside safer barrier. Larson will be done for the day and will go from running in the lead to a last place finish. And no stage points, of course, in this one for him with the wreck happening so early. Not indicative of what that car had for speed all weekend long. Larson came into the day 6th in points, and as we look at the standings outlook right now, we got a lot of drivers that were not that far behind him in the standings. Hocevar's had a fast car today, same for Jace Briscoe. They're 7th and 8th in points within 30 of Larson entering the day. Mathematically on points, you could actually go all the way down to Daniel Suarez in 11th. That could outpoint Larson today and jump him in points. And Suarez has had a fast car too up inside the top 5, qualified front row, ran 2nd all the way through that first fuel run. Much like Hocevar. We'll see what that's going to look like as we get to the end of the race and how many more spots is Larson going to lose in the standings. 3 finishes outside the top 30 in the last 4 weeks for Larson. After a crash at Atlanta, a crash the next weekend. On pit road at North Wilkesboro, a 15th place run there. Finishing a couple laps down and Crashed the week before Atlanta. And now a DNF here. This will be the third DNF of the season for Larson. He had just cycled to the lead because we had a lot of cars just leaving pit road, or even for some of them getting to pit road for the first time right as the caution came out. Larson actually was not credited with a lap led in this race today because by the time he just got to the lead, he didn't even lead a lap yet. So it was within moments.
Guys, I'm over off the turn 2. This is hole 7. Actually, an awesome view of the race. You can park up here and get your lawn chairs out and kind of hang out. Now, Steve, you told me that nobody can hold the green here. I got a bet for you. How about it? You in?
If you're the guy hitting the golf ball, I'm in.
Okay, I'm gonna tee off here. And if I can hold the green, you got to sponsor my late model stock at Martinsville.
Whoa, easy. Put 100 in right now. There you go.
All right, hang on, boys.
Oh yeah, I want to see this swing. I've heard a lot about Mama's game, and now he doesn't have a microphone, so this is perfect. Let's see. You got a practice swing? You're just gonna He's just gonna go right in. He's up a tee box. This should be at least tee boxes back. He's gonna miss it left. That's my prediction when it's closed as that face is.
He had those junior gloves.
Oh yeah. The balls.
That's right.
This race will finish before he hits that green. Keep trying.
You know, we have Major League Baseball on the Turner family of networks. I'm waiting for a swing and a miss.
Yeah.
That is a strikeout. Coming right back on TNT.
He was hitting so far behind the ball. Oh, man. The old chunkaroo for Mama Smith on hole 7 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Golf Course. Still under caution. I'm hoping we can get a restart in before the end of the stage. Usually NASCAR's pretty good with when they open pit road. That they wouldn't do that if it wasn't... They wouldn't open pit road, I should say, if they were not expecting to get the race restarted by the end of the stage. We may only have a 1-lap dash for the stage win. So the running order coming to the next restart, we'll have Ty Gibbs in the lead, Carson Hocevar in second, Corey Heim third, Daniel Suarez fourth, Michael McDowell fifth, William Byron sixth, Denny Hamlin 7th, Tyler Reddick 8th, Chase Briscoe 9th, Alex Bowman in 10th. Chris Buescher, Cole Custer 11th, 12th. A lot of varying strategies leading into the restart with drivers on much fresher tires than others. I'm talking a 10-plus lap difference for some. They were able to get pretty tight to that 40-lap marker before having to pit for the first time, where others had pitted before lap 30. Garrett B. Arena Sayre, thanks for tuning in. Big Bud 369, welcome to the stream. KTN USA, welcome in. I don't know what's going on with my chat right now. I got to refresh the page. Cookie Batter, thanks for tuning in. We getting a host of our win today? We could. We could. There we go. You vote in the chat poll for who you think is going to win today's Brickyard 400. Only 46 votes so far. 57% taking somebody other than Larson, Hamlin, or Reddick for the win. Larson had 24% of the votes now out of the race following a crash moments ago. Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin still in it. Reddick had 11% of the votes and only 9% taking Hamlin. So Kyle Larson with problems. Going to have, I would assume, only 1 lap to go on the restart as we get to the end of stage number 1. And here's Larson outside the infield care center.
Kyle, you guys had the car, the strategy. We did hear that the team had told you to start to push it just a little bit. Is that what happened, or was it something else?
We just had a tire let go. I mean, I wouldn't say that pushing had anything to do with it. I was only going 3 tenths quicker than I had been saving fuel. So just a little bit of bad luck, I guess. Yeah, just proud of the team though. I mean, we qualified 10th and did what we had to do to gain the track position to get into the lead, and you executed that all really well. So still obviously a lot of the race left, but I felt like we were positioning ourselves within the race and within the strategy to set ourselves up well to go after a win. So yeah, bummer, but get back after it now.
Thanks, Kyle. Glad you're okay. Adam.
Ready for the race?
All right, here we go. Like I mentioned, a one-lap dash for the stage win. Ty Gibbs, Carson Hocevar in the front row. Green flag back in the air. 2.5 miles to see who will win the opening stage of the 2026 Brickyard 400. Ty Gibbs has the lead off into turns 1 and 2. Hocevar a little bit too far wide in the center of the corner. Daniel Suarez able to get clear of him. Hocevar in danger of maybe even losing third place down the back straightaway. To Michael McDowell in the 71. It's actually Corey Heim in the 67, not Suarez. My apologies on that. Who was able to make the pass for second initially. Off and running away are the two Toyotas of Gibbs and Heim. And Hocevar, after restarting on the outside of row 1, now settles in 4th. Trying to keep momentum up to not lose another spot on the front stretch as they come to the line. He's got William Byron in 5th place behind him. McDowell completed the pass for 3rd. And there you go, green-white checkered flag in the air. It is going to be Ty Gibbs winning stage number 1 at Indy. A lot of stage wins as of late for Ty Gibbs. He nabs another one today. Corey Heim second in the stage. Michael McDowell finishes 3rd. Carson Hocevar 4th. And William Byron rounding out the top 5 in 5th. Denny Hamlin 6th. Daniel Suarez 7th. Chase Briscoe 8th. Chris Buescher 9th. Tyler Reddick in 10th.
It's his 5th stage win of the campaign, and it comes in the Brickyard 400.
There we go, 5 stage wins on the year for Gibbs. So Ty Gibbs, 5th stage win of the year. He had 2 of them at Sonoma at the end of June. Another one here. Dean took other. Well, over half of you that have voted took somebody other than Larson, Hamlin, or Reddick for the win. So, yeah, no surprise there. I couldn't quite put my finger on who I thought was going to win today's race, other than the fact that I would have probably taken a Toyota of some sort to go for the win. Maybe could have leaned towards Tyler Reddick to get the win here today. I know it's a little late in this one, but I'll take Reddick. I'll take Reddick for the fun of it. I didn't make a pick in the pre-race. I did have Kyle Larson on my fantasy team, though, so I'm going to have to get him out of there before I forget. So let me do that real quick. Christopher Bell going to be hopping into my starting lineup. I only got 1 more usage left for Larson this year, so use him wisely. At the end of stage 1, Ryan Blaney 14th, Todd Gillen 33rd in the battle for the in-season tournament finals and that $1 million bonus. So Blaney out-qualifying Gillen, and he's been ahead every step of the way so far. Blaney did not get any stage points in stage number 1 today, so he's going to lose points to Reddick and Hamlin, who again finished 6th and 10th in the stage. 1 stage point for Reddick, 5 for Hamlin. To start things off. Stage break going to be our second caution. After the Larson incident, the only one for yellow so far. Only had 1 caution for incident in each of the 2 races already this weekend, Truck and O'Reilly. Obviously, these Cup races are a lot longer in distance, so it's a little harder for that to happen, but 1 today. We'll see how the rest of the race flow is going to go.
NASCAR Cup Series racing on TNT is brought to you by Napa Auto Parts, Toyota, let's go places, and by Credit One Bank for what's ahead. Stage one complete at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And a great day for it. Place is just massive. And we had Mama down there hitting golf balls, and I guess that's what you would call that.
Swinging at golf balls is what I would call it. It's 24 of William Byron and the 19 of Briscoe on pit road in a very lonely pit road. Shannon.
Hey guys, yeah, William Byron is going to pit for 4 tires, fuel, and air pressure. That car, Daytona 500 winner right there, looking for another crown jewel. Marty?
Shannon, I think the spot that these teams were in, like Chase Briscoe's team, they pitted at lap 26. James Small kind of felt like didn't have a whole lot of points, but you come here at the end of stage 1, 2, 3 for Chase for much of that run. But it's a pretty lonely pit road overall, Steve.
Yeah, lonely pit road. These guys, if they have an idea of what they need, the crew chiefs are going to, the problem is they're not on page 1 or 2 of their playbook, Adam. They're like back there on page 5 or 6. I'm not going to say it's a lotto card they're trying to hit, but they're definitely into their specialty play areas, hoping for real interesting turn of events. It's a timely cautions. This could look like a genius move.
See Todd Gilliland on pit road. They're really working on this car as he's unhappy with the handling. A couple other cars on pit road working on handling that we mentioned in the first stage were struggling. Chastain, Austin Dillon. Several cars with the opportunity to work on their car and improve it. It gives up a ton of track position, but it's necessary to go faster.
Free pass, second caution of the day, goes to Ty Dillon. We'll have 35 cars on the lead lap when we go green in stage 2. Gibbs, Heim, McDowell, Hocevar, Hamlin, your top 5 in the 400.
Right. So a couple of cars up there in the top 10 hit pit road. William Byron, Chase Briscoe were running in 5th and 9th when making their stop. Those were the only 2 cars in the top 10 to pit. Todd Gilliland on pit road. He was already outside the top 30, trying to make some massive swings adjustment-wise to give him any kind of a chance to catch Ryan Blaney on speed. It's hard to execute strategy correctly to get that many spots, 20-plus positions gained. Maybe pick up, a few here and there, but may need a lot more luck than speed from here on out if he's going to catch the 12th car to get that $1 million bonus. The good day Ty Gibbs has had so far already, winning stage 1, 134 points out of first. Trying to end up clinching a spot in the chase after this afternoon, and I think he's got a very good possibility to do that. John Barber, Roz, thanks for tuning in. Ready to no, ready to win. Thank you very much. Mark my words, I will win. All right. Yeah, obviously the caution times at Indianapolis Motor Speedway a little longer with it being a 2.5-mile oval. Tough to run that one lap like we did there and then catch another quick caution for the stage end. So pure racing fans, not something you want to see as a caution late in the stage at a track like this especially. Interrupted our race flow a bit. So for the upcoming restart, we're going to have Ty Gibbs in the lead, Corey Hyman second, Michael McDowell third, Carson Hocevar now fourth, Denny Hamlin fifth, Daniel Suarez in sixth, Chris Buescher seventh, Tyler Reddick eighth, Brad Keselowski ninth, Alex Bowman 10th, Cole Custer 11th, Ryan Blaney in 12th.
wins his 5th stage of the season. Hit it 2 laps before Carson Hocevar allowed him to jump Hocevar in the running order. A lot of different strategies in the first stage, Jamie.
Yeah, Marty, it's really hard to keep up, but I think Steve's done a great job trying to explain all these different strategies. I think one thing that we need to note is that the answer changes about every 20 laps of what the right strategy is going to be. Corey Heim is the guy I've got my eye on. He's on that same strategy that Denny Hamlin's on, but hit it 14 laps later than our leader. So in a great position, the guy that won San Diego earlier this year is in a great place for the Brickyard 400 now.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I'm not sure if the viewers at home had a chance to see the spicy moment for SVG. Drivers are funny. If our steering wheel is off a quarter turn, we want to fix it. Evidently, he left pit road early in the race. To start the race, he had in the right spot. He's taking another shot at it here, gets it wrong. He's messing with it, and oh, grass.
That can't be. Oh, got it all situated now.
I was well planned. It was on the apron as he was trying to get up to speed, but I'm sure his heart rate went up a little bit.
I remember many moons ago, Dale Jr., when you had to race the car using the steering column because your steering wheel popped off.
Yeah, that's right. That's why when I shake somebody's hand, I say, put her in the vice.
I just want to hear the radio, the colorful radio that probably existed from SVG in that scenario as we went on board there with the Wendy's onboard camera. Here's the choose as we get set for our second stage.
Oh, well, Jamie did a really nice job of setting that all up. Look at this opportunity for Heim. Here he is on the front row next to Gibbs. Good fortune for him. The 11 of Hamlin in row 2 as well. And I thought what he said right there is exactly right. If you're wondering where your favorite driver is, I'm getting text messages from friends who, what about my guy here and my guy here? And I'm like, look, the truth is, I have some opinions, but they're just opinions. We aren't going to know until we see how it all works. But what still matters most and what still reigns supreme in racing is what's getting ready to happen. I can put all the fuel in it you want. We can do all the strategy you want. But Dale, as a driver, I need you to be pedaled down on the restart, working with the spotter. We cannot go backwards.
Yeah, the best strategy doesn't matter if you're losing spots on these restarts. So all the drivers know how critical that is, and they're all going to have to be jerks. This is the moment where you, even if you're the nicest guy out there, you've got to be selfish, and you got to take whatever you can on these restarts, putting people in bad situations while you do it.
We want to be in control, and right now is the time to go take control. And now we do our Xfinity fastest lap. Hocevar starts on the pole. He's got the quickest of the day. Hamlin's been good. Bubba Wallace, not a great starting position, but he too had a fast lap out there. Our reigning champ of the Brickyard 400, Bubba Wallace, back in the 19th position prior to the choose. Talked about Spire in qualifying yesterday, all 3 of their cars in the top 10 for the restart here.
One thing that I glassed over, and I apologize, the 5 wreck, and it took kind of my breath away, but he wrecked by blowing that tire. And all of these teams, they didn't come back to pit road. Just a handful did. So they might have made air pressure adjustment. I only bring that up because there's a whole bunch of crew chiefs, and maybe they make adjustments. Maybe we don't know. So maybe it's an isolated incident. Maybe it isn't. But it's going to be something to keep an eye on.
Well, you referenced those guys that came down pit road. First off in that group, William Byron, 29th prior to the choose. So you finish in the top 10 in the stage. You come down to get fuel, and now you pay the price coming from deep in the field. We'll see how they handle things here at our second stage of the race. Front row for the restart. A couple of really talented young drivers from the Toyota camp. Ty Gibbs and Corey Heim.
Green flag back in the air. We're underway in stage 2 of the Brickyard 400. Just like the last restart, Ty Gibbs well clear into first place through turn 1. Corey Heim quickly trying to get to the bottom in third and does successfully after Michael McDowell swipes away second from the inside of row 2. Funneling out of turn 2 down the back straightaway. 3 wide towards the bottom of the racetrack. Ryan Blaney stuck in the outside of 3 wide, having to surrender a couple spots down into turn 3 with the cars underneath of him. And that big lift allowing for the 48 of Alex Bowman and Joey Logano in the 22 to also get by through the chute in turn 3. Not a good restart for the 12 as he falls back to about 15th place. More moves being made evasively on the front stretch, 3 wide, nearly contact for Riley Herbst. I believe Bubba Wallace in the 23, his teammate underneath. What a difference of lap makes. Down the back straightaway opening lap after the restart, how just discombobulated the entire pack was with lane changes going on. And then the next lap, most of the field single file. Man, Chastain well on the outside. Cindric underneath of him with not a lot of room through turn 4. Pretty wide off the bottom.
In the O'Reilly Series a couple of years ago, into 35, under attack by his Toyota teammate Eric Jones. Bubba Wallace right there with him.
I wonder if Bubba and his team's got this car handled a little bit better after some adjustments. Want to talk about frustration and why strategy matters. William Byron, Briscoe, they want to run good. They want to be up front. These two are back here in an absolute dogfight for 27th and 28th. They are driving their guts out, and they haven't gone anywhere with those brand new tires.
Like running on a treadmill, right? Doesn't matter how fast you crank the speed at the end of the day.
I've heard rumors of one of those treadmills.
Standing at the same spot.
And up front, you see the gap on the left side gives them almost to 2 seconds. This stage, remember, 50 laps. Rinse and repeat what you saw that first stage. We're going to see a wave of cars pit about 30 laps into the stage. Some, they'll trickle in at different times. We have guys that need a little bit more fuel, like Hocevar was just on pit road at lap 32, right? So he's going to have to come in a little earlier. Similar to what we saw at the start of the race. Leader Gibbs jumps way out with about a 2-second lead over second place McDowell. Time. Hocevar, see that gap right there? We saw the same thing from Hocevar at the start of the race. I get to get out there and try to manage that gap very comfortably while the rest of the field's trying to decide on how much fuel they want to try to save, how hard they might want to push. Can they take a position away by chance from a driver who sleeps behind the wheel trying to save gas? That's what I love. They're multitasking, right? Who would you have a little distracted at the task at hand by focusing on something else? Spire just has to be ecstatic from the weekend they've had so far. I know that 7 has fallen back to 10th, but all 3 cars in the top 10 closed out the front row. McDowell currently 2nd, Hocevar 4th. Dan Towers and a Gamebridge group based here in Indianapolis. Owner Jeff Dickerson, Indianapolis guy. So I know this speedway is very important.
Oh, Chase Elliott off the pace, and he's got a tire issue.
Looks flat to me.
His teammate Kyle Larson.
Wow.
The first caution of the day, and the 9 lit around.
See what happens. 47 to his outside. 9 comes up.
Oh, it's contact.
Probably contact there. And he says it's killed. Hit hard on the right rear. Knocking the tire off the wheel.
24th. Stenhouse. Had to run in back straightaway.
Just think he thought he was going to clear the 47 easily off the corner. And the 47 was still there. Did the 47 come down? Hard to tell from that angle. It's incredible because these, the 5 and the 9, Larson, Chase Elliott, both of them were in pretty tight spot there points-wise coming into this race in 5th and 6th. It's going to allow the cars that are behind them, Hocevar, Busher, the 19 of Frisco, the 20 of Christopher Bell, all those guys are climbing into this battle to get into the top 6, top 5 in the points.
9 is in, Danielle.
Chase Elliott hit the wall at him. That's the first a tire to go down. He said, guys, it's filled. Alan said, bring it in. They're going to change a toe link. You see him diagnosing over there, looking in the wheel well in the right front.
Yeah, and that will take them out of contention. Maybe able to repair, but unless we have multiple accidents, to your point, Dale, points are lost. There's really no opportunity at this point, and didn't score any of those stage points. So it could be a 1-point day for Chase Elliott.
So Stenhouse here, I want to take your attention to the pylon. Joey Logano up to 12th. Right behind him, Ryan Blaney. Got the coin there. He's leading the in-season challenge battle right now with Todd Gilliland trying to win $1 million. And I will say this too, give some credit to those guys in the top 10. Cole Custer, who's 8th, Brad Keselowski, who is 9th. Brad won.
Kind of like we saw at the initial start of the race when Carson Hocevar just took off, ran away with the lead from lap 1 all the way up until he hit pit road for his green flag pit stop. Ty Gibbs doing the same thing on this restart, driving out to a 2.4 second advantage over current second place driver and fellow Spire Motorsports Chevy Michael McDowell now. Corey Heim 2.8 seconds off the lead in 3rd. Carson Hocevar 3.1 seconds back in 4th. Denny Hamlin 3.6 seconds off the lead in 5th. 4.1 back for Chris Buescher in 6th. 7th place is Tyler Reddick at 4.7 seconds out of the lead. Cole Custer 5.1 back at 8th. Brad Keselowski in 9th is 5.6 back. And Daniel Suarez rounds out the top 10, 5.7 seconds off of our leader. 63 laps complete out of 160 in the Brickyard 400 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And we are now working lap 14 of 50 in stage 2. Main story to follow so far is that Kyle Larson, after just getting to the race lead, not even being able to lead a lap yet, had a flat tire. Left rear going flat on him about 16 laps into his tire stent after having a green flag pit stop. Pitted short to try to cycle to the lead on the fresh tires. It worked out for him, but then the flat tire has taken him out of the race in a last place finish as he is done for the day. Chase Elliott now contact with the outside wall after getting up into Ricky Stenhouse Jr. exiting turn 2 a few laps ago. Chase Elliott came onto pit road. He had a toe length break. It looks like he might actually have another right rear tire flat. Back on pit road a second time for Chase Elliott as he is already multiple laps down. That is 2 Hendrick Motorsports Chevys having problems today. 5th and 6th in the point standings, might I add, for those 2 cars. And a track that has been very good for Mr. Rick Hendrick now has 2 cars in the garage, 38th and 39th on the grid. We'll take a quick break. You're listening live on KRC to our full flag-to-flag coverage of this year's Brickyard 400. As right now it is Ty Gibbs leading the way. Brickyard 400's been your favorite race of the Cup schedule since Gordon won the inaugural race in 1994. That's awesome to hear. I love Indy for its history, its prestige as well. Being there for multiple NASCAR events. Indy 500s, I love the Speedway as well. Definitely of my favorites to hit the schedule. It's a big deal, and I try to treat it that way. Northwest Arizona, Connor Burke, shout-outs to you two in the stream. I don't think I've given you shout-outs yet, but I have seen you chat recently. And our goal to try to get to 100 likes on today's stream. We are currently at 49 likes, almost halfway to our goal, and not quite halfway through the race yet, so be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Vote for who you think is going to win today's race. That closes at the end of stage 2 as well.
Morning, Snyder.
And the win because they have told him not worry about fuel at all. Build as big of a gap as you can. That. So, Steve, we kind of have an A strategy and a B strategy. Ty Gibbs pitted at lap 30, the only stop of the day so far, so that'll bring them to pit road soon if they wanted to make it a 4-stop race. Meanwhile, Carson Hocevar pitted at lap 32 in stage 1. The current thought for Luke Lambert is that he would like to jump to the strategy that Corey Heim, Denny Hamlin, and Tyler Reddick are playing and try and go as far as he can on this run to get to lap 80-ish. Luke Lambert told me we can't go that far, but we can come close. So is that just part of the chess match here, Steve? Trying to decide which strategy do I want my driver on.
It's absolutely part of the chess match. And the concern is jumping strategies is very difficult because you're late to the party. Like the guy that's been planning it all day, he's kind of on his strategy. So if Luke Lambert, who's the crew chief for Carson Hocevar, wants to jump but he can't get the lap 80, very simply what you need to know as a fan is he's at a disadvantage. So if that's the winning strategy, you're going to be so excited that they decide to get on it. But are they at too big of a disadvantage to overcome it? Only time will tell. Time is leading what I would call strategy B, running third because it's on pit road when the caution came out. A lot of racing in front of us. But what I love to hear was for the 54 Ty Gidsdale, run and run hard. I love to just run that pace. Make everybody else push.
Second place right now, Michael McDowell, Shannon.
Right, and he is on that same strategy as the guy that is facing Ty Gibbs. Michael McDowell has been very patient in this race. When it first started, he was trying to crack the top five, chasing down Kyle Larson, decided to just ride his own race and save his stuff. You mentioned, Adam, the rings that he has, winning here on the road course and, of course, the Daytona 500. He didn't want to see the road course go away, understands the prestige of this place on the oval, however, and has said, if you have a car that is great and fast, you better take advantage of it. He's doing just that.
This place is so sensitive when you talk about the strategy, the execution, taking advantage of opportunity. McDowell doing that today.
And if strategy was your drinking word and your watch party, probably won't make a close race.
Sit down.
People that said, you see every now and then they try to catch each other sleeping. Time was looking a little bit left on the inside of turn 3 on McDowell. McDowell shuts the door. This 11 car, Denny Hamlin, getting to where he's putting a little pressure on the 77. Oh, Hocevar. You get the right toe down the back straightaway, you might be in a position to really challenge that driver and take a spot quickly.
Now, you're judging talent. It's not in question with the different guys we've seen come out of junior motorsports over the decades. Let's talk about Corey. Like, am I undervaluing, overvaluing what we're seeing this young man do? Like, we see Silich struggling. A guy that was so good on Saturdays. And Ty Gibbs took 100 wins, nearly 100 wins. Here we have Heim, who's won so early in his career. And then here he is running third at the Brickyard. It seems from a crew chief standpoint, this young man has a lot of the right things.
That, and he's with the right race team. He's with one of the race teams that has the most speed in their cars this year. And that will really make a young, talented driver like this shine. He can go out there. You don't know what you need the car to do if you've never driven a great race car that does all the right things. So he's been behind the wheel of good cars in his short career in the cup side. So he knows what he's looking for now when he goes to these racetracks because he knows what the car is and isn't capable of. A young driver that drives a car that struggles, it's really hard to know what to ask that crew chief to do or what the car is even capable of doing.
I just thought it was so cool watching him celebrate on that aircraft carrier in San Diego after getting his first career win and his 13th start. He announces to everyone, it's Heim time. And just his ability to adapt to these race cars because he comes back a couple of weeks later. He's top 10 at Chicagoland, and here he is running third, Marty, in the Brickyard 400.
And this young man out of Georgia has just been so impressive. And I had a nice long chat with Corey earlier than that. Said, what have you learned about the Cup Series? He said, man, the aggressiveness is way more than anything I've seen. And Daly said he keeps telling himself, on restarts, either I put someone 3 wide or they'll put me 3 wide. I didn't grow up doing that, but I need to do it, and that's what I've had to learn here in the Cup Series.
Absolutely. That is the Cup Series today. You're either the bug or the windshield, and if you don't make the move, somebody's going to make it for you, and it's more important today than any other race. On these restarts, that's when you're going to have the best opportunity to take positions away. And sometimes you hate to do that to your fellow race car driver. You hate to put them 3 wide. You hate to put them in bad spots. But you have to do it if you're going to be successful here.
Celebrate Legacy Motor Club. 42, John Hunter Nemechek inside the top 15. 14th in front of Christopher Bell right now. Danielle?
Yeah, he's got Bell stalking him, Adam, but a really nice run. He's picked up 3 positions since the start of the race. He was second fastest in practice. I asked John Hunter, how is Legacy showing up with 2 cars inside the top 5 in practice? He said, we're going to make up ground today. I don't know if it's me and Eric and how we can navigate this place, our car builds or setups, but I think it translates from Pocono. And as a company, we're very good at the tricky triangle. Legacy having a great run with both cars today.
4 laps into stage 2. Saw the 7 of Daniel Suarez peel off onto the pit lane.
Yeah, real quick on this 42 of John Hunter Nemechek. I think last year there was a little bit of scar tissue from hitting that wall and qualifying. That hurt his qualifying effort. This year didn't want to make the same mistake, and that kind of got him behind. But doing a nice job recovering here. Here he is on pit road. Focus on exactly how long this pit stop is, Marty, whether they wait on fuel or not.
Starting to see the groups kind of split here. Daniel Suarez coming down pit road. Car still in a little bit of a slide. You heard the radio transmission a moment ago. Going to wait on fuel here with 27 to go in stage 2. Question is, Steve, what does this pit stop tell you? Will it be open for everybody else here midway through the stage?
Well, I think it's the same thing. You know, if we're playing poker, they've showed one card, a 5 or 7 card hand. They just haven't showed you their entire hand yet. Now we see the 71, another Spire Chevrolet on pit road. 71 will come down here. I'm sure it will be 4 tires, Shannon. That sounds like waiting on fuel.
That's exactly right. You guys heard it on the radio. Great run. Long from Michael McDowell, who was running second. Great run for him today. He was fighting loose overall earlier in the race, and that car is fast.
Michael comes down. That cycles Heim to second. Hocevar now.
Probably now if there is some Goodyear tire fall off. Remember, that's how the 5 ended up with the lead. So, here we go. I was wondering if this would force the leader to come to get those fresher Goodyear tires, which is a little bit different shift from last year when the tires didn't seem to matter a ton. Ty Gibbs doing a nice job getting down to pit road speed.
Halfway through stage 2, and the race leader says the time is now for my green flag pit stop. Corey Heim now takes over the race lead. 54 coming down for service. Here he is, Marty.
Boy, once Ty Gibbs got the lead, he was quick in that 54th, and he was a little bit too free out front with that clean hill that he did not have the advantage of earlier in the race, but he didn't want to make a big adjustment to it. 4 tires here. They're going to wait on fuel as well. 25 to go here in stage 2.
Talk about athleticism. That hand from the second hand from behind the wall. Low. And that gas man took that 110 pounds from his elbow and threw it up on his shoulder. Absolute athleticism from the fuel man of the 54.
Saw a few teams down there today doing their rehearsals, making sure they are all set to go out and execute today because it's so key.
You just never know who the all-star is going to be that jumps out on your team. It was potentially bad. The 54, great job, and look at when it pays off, right? Easily blends and stays on the lead lap. So I want to watch this fueler, right? On the right-hand side. He's going to hand the stuff. He's going to hand it back watch when he gets the second one. They throw it like on his shoulder, and that's 110 pounds he's throwing around up there. That is super uncomfortable. That could easily get away from you. It was the entire speed of the pit stop. Well done. Now I would tell the guy behind me, be like, work with me a little bit. I mean, that was a little bit easier. Don't quite toss it.
Talking about Corey Heim. Leads a bunch of laps at Texas earlier this year. The win at San Diego. The top 10 at Chicago. And now on point in the Brickyard 400. Special moment for this kid from Georgia that will be full-time next year for 2311.
Yeah, he's kind of dropped the hammer a little bit as he's driving away from Hocevar. Right behind Corey Heim, though, the 71 of McDowell trying to get himself back on the lead lap after having to come to pit road to get his stop done.
Last pit stop for Heim when he was on pit road and the caution came out for Larson at lap 44. Then you go back to Hamlin, who had made his scheduled stop in that first stage at lap 40. Marty talked about Hocevar and how they're playing the game. He finished at 32. Maybe they're shifting their strategy. We'll continue to keep an eye on them. And when they'll make their stop here in stage 2. For now, the top 5. Heim, Hocevar, Hamlin, Busher, and Reddick. It's the Brickyard 400 on TNT.
2.5 second lead for Corey Heim, who is out in front on a track that 2311 Racing has had great success at in recent years. Reddick, a runner-up in 24. Last year, Bubba Wallace, a race winner. And this year, Corey Heim leading for the second different time already today. Carson Hocevar in the second place spot, 2.5 seconds back. Denny Hamlin sits third with Chris Buescher fourth, and Tyler Reddick rounding out the top 5 and 5th. Cole Custer in 6th place with a solid day so far. Brad Keselowski 7th, Alex Bowman 8th, Joey Logano 9th, and Ryan Blaney up to 10th. 11th is John Hunter Nemechek, Christopher Bell in 12th, Zane Smith 13th, Josh Berry 14th, and Riley Herbst in 15th. 16th is Bubba Wallace, AJ Allmendinger 17th, Connor Zilic 18th, Shane Van Gisbergen in 19th, and 20th is William Byron. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 21st, Austin Cindric 22nd, Chase Briscoe 23rd, Ryan Preece 24th, and Ross Chastain in 25th. 26th is Austin Hill, Todd Gillen 27th, Noah Gragson 28th, Austin Dillon 29th, and 30th is Ty Gibbs, last car in the lead lap. Michael McDowell, first car lap down in 31st. Both Gibbs and McDowell have already hit pit road. Eric Jones is in 32nd. Daniel Suarez 33rd. They have both pit as well. Ty Dillon in 34th. Daniel Dye 35th. Casey Mears 36th. And then 37th, Cody Ware. 2 cars out of the race. Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson for Hendrick Motorsports 38th and 39th. So that is our full field running order, as we're a little less than an hour and a half into the race, and we will be exactly halfway done this time by at the line. 80 laps down, 80 to go in the Brickyard 400, 200 miles complete at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Last time by, our race leader about a tenth faster than the second place car, Corey Heim versus Carson Hocevar, as they continue to best the field, which is pretty impressive because we saw the kind of speed Hocevar had, especially on the short run way back at the beginning of the race when he had the clean air and he started on pole, and Corey Heim taking with that and having a good run of his own. 6 lead changes, 2 cautions, 1 for incident was the Larson crash back at the end of stage 1. And then the lap 50 stage break. Stage 2 will end at lap 100 in 20 laps. A lot of cars still have to pit yet before the end of this stage. And a lot of these teams trying to make this, it looks like, on a 3-stop kind of strategy, if you will. I think the added caution laps of the stage breaks might make that a little bit more doable.
Live in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it's the Brickyard 400. Our coverage presented by Straight Talk Wireless. Corey Heim is the race leader. It's Michael McDowell right behind him trying to get back on the lead lap. There's second place Carson Hocevar.
This is fascinating. Oh, Carson, come to pit road. Yeah. It's going to be chased in. It's pretty conservative front pit road, which I like. Not speeding, but definitely on the conservative side.
And Chris Buescher coming behind him. We're riding with him here. They've had a really good day in the 17 cam. Let's begin our coverage with Shannon.
The day he started 15th, did not maximize qualifying. He's been tight air when he is in that traffic, so they'll bring him in to fix him up. Marty?
Kudos to Carson Hocevar to be able to pace in the 77. Also, since the fuel to kind of jump to this other strategy, he said, I really like my balance, especially in 1 and 2. He's going to look to Jarius Storehead, the tire carrier, who is going to point Carson out of his stall when they are ready fuel-wise. There you see Jarius from the car, and he's waiting on that. There's the signal. Got the fuel they need and heads back out on the racetrack.
The young driver, the 77, doing an A+ job. The first little ding on the grade, I'd be like, hey, man, let's not get rolling until we're ready to go. You can hit that front line with the gas tank plugged in. That is a major penalty. He did do it, but I would just remind him for the next stop before it's an issue. I'm confident his crew chief, Luke Lambert, will be on it, but here's the difference. The 67 of Heim, I believe, will lap the 77 right here. Now, look, the 67 still has to pit. 77's a little uncomfortable right here. He'd like to get his lap back as soon as he can, just in case we get an ill-timed yellow.
Did jump out in front of his teammate Michael McDowell, who has also scored 1 lap down. Suarez in that mix as well.
Yeah, Michael's been kind of hung up here behind Corey Heim. So 77 is going to push hard as he can to try to jump in front of the 67 and try to put some distance between. Denny Hamlin back there coming to pit road. Yeah, because this is not only keeping them a lap down, Dale, but it's also hurting their lap time. They're getting killed on lap time. Left-hand side, the 11, as you mentioned, on pit road. I believe this driver and team has been very calmly executing their plans today. I think this has all been part of a plan. He looks very reserved and conservative on the racetrack. Now it's time for the pit crew to kind of do their part. He told us in the pre-race, Marty, all the way down and install 2-5 plan.
Yeah, what did he keep repeating in the pre-race show earlier today? It's all about just trusting the process, trusting what Chris Gale is telling me. Second stop of the day for Denny Hamlin. 2 months to do it on one more stops today. So it was a little bit tighter this run, but he was in traffic a little bit longer. Kenneth Purcell will nod when it's full. There's the nod. Denny Hamlin heads back out on the racetrack.
54 goes through the frame. So that shows you what coming early does for Ty Gibbs. He's going to easily have the lead. I mean, look, it's going to be a mile away.
And the question is, Denny, who does he land in front of? I believe he beats the 77, 71. Look at how Heim blocking. Hosevar not allowing him to pass through. Denny's going to go by both of these cars, the 71, 77, during this exchange.
So basically, he's going to cycle to second. I mean, when everything began, Denny Hamlin was fifth. But by jumping in front of this group and Heim having to pit, that will put Hamlin second behind his teammate Ty Gibbs, I think, when everything cycles through.
Yeah, there's 2 or 3 laps for the 77 trapped behind Heim. That's the difference that allowed Denny to go ahead and cycle in front. Those positions are race-winning positions all day long in this race. You can't give up even one spot on the racetrack.
And let's not forget the history between these two drivers right here. They do not like one another. They will tell you they do not. They've gotten into each other in truck races, in cup races. This was back on the right-hand side, back out in Naval Base Coronado. That was Heim. Off the front bumper of Heim was the 77 of Hosevar that got spun around, ending the chance of the 77 winning. This was just a relight of fuse that has been lighting or lit for years. And now here they are, and it really jumped out when I saw Heim make that aggressive block. I thought, that was really aggressive. I wonder if it's because of the guy that's behind him. Maybe he's happy. That's the guy he's holding up. That's the guy's day he wants to ruin.
And look at the distance it's about Hamlin to drive away. This battle continues. Not a battle for position. Certainly something that could affect it. Look at Denny driving away up toward the back bumper of this 54 car.
Luke Lambert, at some point, and there's nothing you can do. You've already made your pit stop, right? You're just waiting for the 67 to pit. I think right now, I'm probably like my driver. No, I'm maybe trying to calm him down. I don't think you need to push Hosevar. I'd be afraid of a mistake, getting frustrated. I'd probably flip to the other side. As much as I want him to go by, I'm more concerned with a mistake or an overdrive.
Here comes Alex Bowman for his scheduled service, Shannon.
Started the day 8. Alex Bowman just saying he feels stuck
Oh,
there on the
man.
racetrack. Probably can't find any clean air. Also struggling with grip in turn 1 for that 48.
It was a big moment for Carson Hosevar behind Heim.
Head toward the latter stages of stage 2. AJ Allmendinger getting service, Byron in, Riley Herbst.
Down the backstretch last time, Heim faded to the inside. Just went ahead about midway down the back trail and said, if you're going by, you're going by on the outside. Man, this has got to be super frustrating for Hosevar.
Intrigued by what I saw out in front of them. You know, we talk about Gibbs and Hamlin and where they will fall in.
We're not going to win the race on lap 89 past the Corey Heim. Just take care of each other. 11 to go this time.
You know what? A+. A+ radio, because they know their driver. Carson Hosevar is a personality in and out of the race car. His talent is undeniable, but he's still young. And you wonder if emotion can take over. Emotion is never good for a race car driver. They need to be focused and calculated. I love coaching your driver back. Survive to race another lap or another run.
And you see the result right there in just a half a lap. He's calmed down. He's backed up, getting his car in clean air. He's been up there full throttle, pushing as hard as he can. He's soaking everything in that car, burning fuel.
Yeah.
More importantly,
Luke Lambert, crew chief Tyler Green, spotter. Talk a lot about teams supporting each other. It's a great example. Now we have Reddick on pit road. Marty, it's been an interesting weekend for the 45. Hated his car Friday, good in qualifying. Where's he stand today?
In fact, the quote Friday, Steve, was, I feel lost. I feel like I never raced here before. But he told Billy Scott, a half lap into the qualifying lap, I can already tell, way better. What a move by that 2311 Cruising behind the jack move for him. 1 and 3 was good. 2 and 3, they're going to wait on it. He said, overall, balance is closer to neutral that run with Tyler Reddick.
Reddick was 7 when the green flag cycle began.
Then he's close again.
battle.
Yeah.
I mean, this is fun to watch. These two teammates.
Yeah, 10 to go on the stage. I expect the majority to probably come to pit road. Some might try to stretch it. There's some guys back that might try to stretch it, but if they can't make it, this would be for the stage brand. I don't want to make it an emphatic stick hit yet because there may be some gambling on fuel, but this right here is telling the story. Both have to come to pit road. Logano, Blaney, a couple Penske cars. Shannon?
Yeah, Joey Logano, most recent winner, saying that the car is close, like it tightened up just a little bit. In fact, they are going to go back on a right front air adjustment that they made on the previous stop, Marty.
The team Penske Brigade coming down the road of the Boss Man's race. They go in stage 2. Ryan Blaney's been handling much better on that run, and the turn stayed with him the entire run. Next lap, Corey Hyde will be coming to pit road.
Race leader, going to give up the top spot, get his scheduled service. He was the driver that ran it longest in stage 1, benefited from that caution. We continue to keep an eye on Ty Gibbs and Denny Hamlin, who have cycled to 12 and 13 on track with all those cars out in front of them, still need to make a pit stop. Look at this. We start talking about the in-season challenge, and Steve, you look at where Todd Gilliland is. He's got that money chip in there. Right now, he leads that battle after Blaney has made the stop, and we'll see what Gilliland and his team do as we wrap the stage.
Oh, look at there. Wow. Yes. The Hurricane always delivers the story.
Yeah, with the bird out the day.
Oh, yeah. Outstanding.
Smart said, I got your pit stop right here. I mean, unbelievable.
Love the character.
Good effort for Corey Hyde. He's led 21 laps now, making a pit stop, Marty.
Adam, you gotta wonder, was that just a shot at his rival? Or was that him trying to catch a little trap? 67 as he gained the pit road. Corey Hyde said the handling very good with car. For late run turn, that's the only complaint. They've been able to run long, all day long. 67 with 8.
Put Sean Hunter Nemechek in the race lead. Barry, Cindric, Briscoe, Priest, the top 5. How do they manage the rest of the stage?
It was entertaining. The 67 came to pit road. It was Carson Hostbar passing by, let it go. Hand out the window.
Yeah, that's the international signal. Thank you, buddy.
Carson Hocevar is a madman behind the wheel of that 77 car after getting held up for countless laps behind the then-time race leader, Corey Heim. Corey's going to cycle out in front of him and be on fresher tires, so that definitely hurt Carson in his strategy side of things. Ty Gibbs is leading the strategy of those that have already hit pit road, but he has significantly older tires on the driver, trailing him, Denny Hamlin in the 11. Hamlin has ran him down from quite the deficit on racetrack, and maybe Denny going to try to make a pass on his teammate for what could be the race lead and the stage 2 win in the closing laps of this stage. Is anybody going to maybe make it on fuel and really stretch the second stage out and win that way? The only reason I say that is because we're down to 7 laps to go. We've still seen quite a few cars not yet been to pit road. Josh Berry is currently the race leader with Austin Cindric in second, Chase Briscoe third, Ryan Priest fourth, Ross Chastain fifth. 6th is Todd Gilliland. And then you have, now it looks like the top 5 have not hit pit road. So the top 5 haven't pitted. Chase Briscoe led that last time by at the line. Ryan Priest second. Ross Chastain third. Todd Gilliland fourth. Austin Dillon in fifth. Ty Gibbs has scored 6th. Denny Hamlin 7th. Corey Heim 8th. Carson Hocevar 9th. Michael McDowell 10th. I will say, for Heim and Hocevar, that battle is not done yet today because they're only one position apart from one another. Now that Heim has hit pit road, Hocevar much earlier hit the pits. They're going to be on top of each other probably the rest of the race. And there is not going to be any give or take between those two, which is going to be chaos, I think, if we get into a late race restart situation. I hope they can keep their cars clean at the very least and be safe out there on a very fast racetrack, but cool heads might not necessarily prevail, is what I'm saying. Chase Briscoe down onto pit road. He'll give up the lead. Ryan Priest is now out in front for the first time today during green flag pit cycling late in stage number 2. Now only 3 cars have to pit, which would be Priest, Chastain, and Gilliland. Todd Gilliland holding out for a caution. Of course, a part of that in-season tournament finale with Ryan Blaney. Blaney has already made his pit stop. Gilliland really just hoping for a miracle here. As they come back from commercial on TNT, we are down to just the final 5 laps now of stage 2. Got a caution out on the speedway. They got a graphic showing right now on TNT of just notable moments here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for NASCAR, but caution is out. Second incident of the day and our first of stage 2. This one a little bit closer to the end of the stage than what we had with Larson crashing late in stage number 1. I don't think we're going to get another restart in. Daniel Dye has spun around and crashed.
With 4 to go, this might be late enough. This could potentially end the stage. I'm not sure you can gather the field, open pit road, and restart the race. We'll see what NASCAR has to say. See what happens here. He's already spun around. Yeah, this looks like another left rear tire.
Big hit again.
See, it's off the wheel. Great call, yep. Too bad for Daniel. You know, he's a passenger at that point. Man.
Noah Gregson will get the free pass.
One of the best parts of the racetrack. Not want to blow left rear tire there.
I'm with you, Steve. I mean, it was close, right? But we had the 1-lap shootout to end that opening stage. But here, getting the caution with 4 to go as Dye climbs out. Good to see. Probably going to be what ends this second stint of the day.
Well, you see a little bit of concern at the front of the field. Chastain and Gilliland last on pit road in the mid-50s. I don't believe they were going to stay on the racetrack under green. I think they were just trying to get really close to the stage end to pit. They have to be pretty close on their fuel as we close in, you know, when we completing lap 97. So it doesn't burn a lot of gas going around under yellow, but you're also not going very fast. So if you run out of gas, you're going to need to get assistance back.
Caution late in the stage. For now, it's Chastain, Gilliland, Gibbs, Hamlin, and Heim, the top 5.
Normal situation, pit road would probably open in a lap or 2 under caution, and then those 2 drivers who haven't pitted yet, Chastain and Gilliland, can finally pit for fuel, but they're at more of a risk of running out of gas under the yellow now with the elongated caution laps that we're going to run, because we're going to have to run 4 of them to get to the end of the stage after lap 100 before they open pit road at lap 101, or lap 100 coming to lap 101 for them to pit. The good news is that Ross Chastain needs points. He was tied for 20th in the standings coming in, so this is going to be a big stage win if he can make it on fuel here. And maybe draw a decent amount of cars on the pit road with him. I don't think it's going to be all that many, but he'll be ahead of drivers who maybe have already pitted that will choose to come down now. A lot of these drivers are going to try to make it a 1 more stop if possible. It is worth stating, though, remember that the final stage is 10 laps longer in length than both stage 1 and 2. So 60 laps in stage 3, stages 1 and 2 each 50. Got to get to around that 40 lap to go marker to try to make it on fuel the rest of the way. Ty Gibbs have been of the first cars to pit road, splitting the stage in half in both stage 1 and stage 2. So he's going to have a little bit harder time trying to do so. Plus, he's going to have older tires to the likes of Denny Hamlin and Corey Heim, especially staying out as long as he did in the lead. Should have the fresher tires of those top 5 or so when we get to the restart to begin the final stage. Lancelot, thanks for tuning in. Many other, thanks for watching.
Closing on the end of stage 2. I'm caution for the 3rd time today. Had one in stage 1 for Kyle Larson. Had the caution at the end of the stage, and now this one for Daniel Dye. And this is going to end this second stage. We'll run it out and then reset.
It's like a little halftime break. Even though it's the end of stage 2, you go to concessions, get a little hydration. It's a little warm day here.
Got a couple of cars up front, you know, that are going to win this stage or finish well in the stage that have been on pit road multiple times a day working on their cars. And we understand everybody's trying to run the particular strategy right, you're trying to perfect your strategy. This is the scary part for, I think, a crew chief is these guys that are coming to pit road a lot, working on the car, they're going to sprinkle themselves, if not at the front of the field, but throughout the field at some point. Somebody's going to do something. Somebody's going to have a strategy where they're on pit road a lot, working on their race car, somehow luck into a yellow like this, and really throw a monkey wrench into some of the strategies like Gibbs, Hamlin, some of these other teams are running.
One guy that benefits here, Ryan Priest, they were 29th before the cycle. And as everything goes through, they make their pit stop. He's 7th. Needs stage points. It's going to get some. Came in on the outside. Yellow flag is out in Indy. We'll do the green and white checkered flag when we return.
2 cautions, both for left rear tire failures in turn 3. First Kyle Larson in stage 1, and now Daniel Dye in stage number 2. Both coming towards the end of each of the 2 stages. This one is going to end this stage under caution, so we're not going to have an extra yellow for the stage specifically. We'll be at the 3 caution marker today, which is exactly what we had in both the O'Reilly and truck races already this weekend. So we'll see if this will be the last caution of the race. As if they make it on fuel, Ross Chastain and Todd Gilliland are going to be first and second, not pitting at all in stage 2. Great fuel mileage in their pacing throughout the course of the stage to be able to do this. Got a quick caution. They're going to get some points before they end up coming to pit road. Steal them basically away from Gibbs, Hamlin, Heim, and the rest of the front runners. So Ross Chastain leads, Todd Gilliland second, Ty Gibbs third at the end of the stage, Denny Hamlin fourth, Corey Heim will be fifth, 6th for Carson Hocevar, Ryan Priest 7th, Michael McDowell 8th, Eric Jones 9th, and Daniel Suarez gets the final stage point in 10th. Noah Gragson in 33rd will get the free pass with the caution and get back on the lead lap. As he was the first driver 1 lap down, Daniel Dye will join Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson in the garage as being done for the day, following either crashes or too much damage on track with incidents one way or another. For those of you watching the stream, be sure to hit the like button again if you haven't done so yet. Appreciate those that have thus far. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. We're live every NASCAR race weekend for Truck, O'Reilly, and Cup Series racing, as well as practice and qualifying for the Cup Series on the weekends as well. NASCAR going to be off next weekend across each of the top 3 series. It'll be the final off week of the year for the Cup Series out of the 2. They were off Easter weekend and off for the first weekend of August as well. And then we will have 14 straight weeks to the end of the year, the last 4 races of the Chase, and then, of course, the 10 Chase races to finish out the season. Truck and O'Reilly will have a couple more off weeks along the way, but for Cup, final off week of the year will be next week. And again, all 3 series are off, so it's actually going to be a little bit before the next stream on the channel. Looking at the NASCAR Cup Series schedule to finish out the regular season, when we do return to action, it will be at Iowa Speedway for a Sunday afternoon short track race on August 9th. So Iowa Speedway will be back in action. Trucks will be off that week as well, so they actually have 2 weeks off in a row. It will be O'Reilly and Cup action only from Iowa. It's a live commentary stream Saturday and Sunday right here on the channel. And then at Richmond Raceway the following weekend, which will be a Saturday night race, our first of 3 Saturday night races this season, and 2 out of 3 weeks to end the regular season on Saturdays between that one and the regular season finale at Daytona. Also a trip to New Hampshire on a Sunday afternoon upcoming as well. So 3 short tracks, and then the Super Speedway at Daytona, the final 4 races before the Chase on the Cup side, and then the Chase opener, Darlington Raceway, Labor Day weekend as always, as that will be the Cookout Southern 500, 5 p.m. start that Sunday evening, day into night transition, and the Chase will begin. 16 drivers in a vouch for 1 championship over a 10-week stretch.
Which we're hoping they can do if they can make it back on. Well, that's a big kind of jump in the points. That's 10 positions at the end of the race. And you just don't know how the final stage is going to shake out. We've seen them all here, haven't we? We've seen green runs. Casey Kane, I think we had, I don't know, somewhere between 1 and 30 overtimes. You never knew you could chase sunset in the Midwest in the summer, but we did. I mean, this race, you never know how it's going to finish.
BR Racing onboard camera with Todd Gilliland, going to finish second in the stage right in front of him. His teammate Noah Gregson going to get the free pass here. That'll put 33 cars on the lead lap as we begin the final stage at Indy.
I keep thinking what it would be like if Todd won the $1 million. Todd would be
Wow. Contract year. I mean, he gets that extension and boom. Chastain wins the stage. Gilliland behind him. Great points day for Ty Gibbs, who wins the opening stage third here. Hamlin and Heim complete the top 5, and Hocevar up there getting stage points. And I referenced Ryan Preece gets 4 points here, came in below the chase cut line, made that pit stop. Coming in at lap 96. We'll see if the 60 can make a run at it. They were top 5 here a year ago. As we wrap the stage, we do Where's Mamba?
See on a different hole
guys,
of the golf
after
course.
that last little segment, I figured I should keep working on my game a little bit. And I found myself on the outside of turn 3. As you can see, there's a camera pans. I'm in the creek looking for my ball. I did find some of the remnants of the racetrack that we have here. So we actually found a brick. You can find this stuff in the creek, which is super cool. The bricks actually have a number on them. This one you can see it's like 2116, so it's stamped, so that's authentic. And then there's this other larger piece that was we think was paved over. And then when they ripped up all the asphalt and everything, they kind of threw in this creek over here. So if you're golfing and working on your swing and trying to find your ball like I am in the creek, you never know what other little trinkets you'll find out here. You know what I mean? Steve, you've been out here before, right? You've seen this stuff.
I have. I have seen it from a distance. I was trying to
I'd
stand
probably
up
steal a
past
brick,
there.
honestly. I
Man,
think I
they'll
have to.
real pants right down there. So I heard a legend that most of the bricks they pulled up this racetrack are thrown in that creek. They rolled them out there in the bed of these trucks and dumped them into the creek. Some of them are here on the front on the yard of bricks, but a lot of them ended up back there. And I promise you, I found one myself. All the broken up bricks are near the top. All of the full bricks have sunken. They've been in that sediment in that creek for 80 years or more, and they settled 2 to 3 feet low in that sediment. So if you dig down deep into that creek, you will find yourself a full, authentic, 100-and-something-year-old brick that was the surface of this racetrack for its early years. You hear that, Mamba? You're from the Northeast. You've been clamming before. We got to get those clam rakes out. Get down in that sediment for the full brick.
That is not what my part of the Northeast does. We're maple syrup, Steve.
You're Vermont. I forget. I'm the toast. You're Vermont.
I'd say after you get done looking for bricks, maybe work on your short game a little bit.
As expected, the one at Chastain and Gilliland to pit road. Most of the leaders stay on the racetrack.
Steve said it at the end of stage 1. Pit road can be a lonely place in one of these strategy races.
It's pretty incredible. We've had 2 stage breaks, and under the stage caution, I bet you can count on 2 hands how many cars are going to come down pit road to work on their cars or take fuel. So all these other teams adhering to their strategy on the racetrack.
A.J. Allmendinger was also in. Ty Dillon making a stop. It all cycles back to Ty Gibbs, leading the Brickyard 400 as we get set for the final stage. He's up there with Hamlin, Heim, Hocevar, and Preece. We're coming back on TNT.
Now that we have reached the end of the stage, pit road is open. We should be back racing here shortly. Lengthy caution because of the yellow coming out with just 4 laps to go in stage number 2. And around a 2.5-mile oval. Long caution laps, but not going to be long enough to get a restart back in by the end of the stage. So the leaderboard that you see now has Ty Gibbs in the lead. He'll be out in front when we start stage 3, just as he was at the beginning of stage 2. Denny Hamlin's in second, Corey Heim in third. Fourth for Carson Hocevar, Ryan Preece up to 5th, and Michael McDowell will be 6th after running in second there at the early going of stage 2. That will be your top half dozen front few rows as we get to begin the final 55 or so laps of this race. Need 77 likes and 77 to win. Yeah, our goal is to get to 100 likes for today's stream. So if you haven't hit the like button yet, definitely be sure to do so we can try to get to that goal. We are currently at 57 likes. So we're a little past halfway to our goal, but past halfway through the race as well. So Be sure to hit that like button. Battle for the in-season tournament challenge. Gillen stayed out, got second place stage points in stage 2. Problematic, though. He's going to be at the tail end of the field of these lead lap cars, and there were 33 of them on the lead lap. Gillen scored in 28th after leaving the pits. Ryan Blaney is in 15th. So Gillen will have his work cut out for him. He'll be 13 positions off of Blaney when we begin stage 3 for that $1 million bonus in that in-season tournament challenge. A little less than 2 hours into this one. 3 cautions, 2 per incident, 12 lead changes. We are right at the beginning portion of stage 3. We're down to about 58 laps to go. 14 laps and counting under caution. Will this be the final restart this afternoon? We've had a lot of long green flag runs in this one. 2 of them of more than 40 laps. Though to make it to the end of the race, this would have to be the longest one of any. Going to end our chat poll at 65 votes for who you think is going to win this afternoon. In the Brickyard 400, 59% of you taking somebody other than Larson, Hamlin, or Reddick for the win. 20% taking Kyle Larson, 12% for Denny Hamlin, and 9% Tyler Reddick. Hamlin, Reddick still in it. Larson out of the race. His percentage dropped just a bit. It was at 24% before the incident. So people tuning in a little bit later that didn't have a chance to vote probably knew not to vote for Larson at that point.
Mark, listen, people have been critical of me. I'm critical of Carson Hocevar, but I just know how the fraternity of the garage works, and sometimes your actions on and off the track, it comes back to bite you, and this is one of those examples. I don't think Corey Heim would have done that to any other driver, but his history with Carson Hocevar obviously led to that. I love it. I'm here for it. Popcorn's popped. I'm ready to watch more of it.
I want to add to that. I'm so happy the bird is back. We would flip each other off just to say, hey, that's right. You can only get so many feeders out of the window net, so I love it.
Yeah, I love that.
It's great.
It's interesting. Hocevar's crew did a great job. They said, look, we're not going to win the race on lap 89. Take time. We have a race car that could win this race. His crew did a great job.
Yeah, crew, interjecting what's playing out with the strategy is everything. And as we've seen it, the strategy has been setting up for this third stage. And it's very interesting. It's interesting to see how this plays out.
Hey, one thing to keep in mind, Corey Heim, I know we talked about him doing the air blocking on Hocevar. He's in the best position right now to win this race. I can't wait to hear Steve break down the position all these guys are in.
Yeah, Stevie, give us a snapshot of what we're looking at right now as we start the final stage.
Well, we have 58 laps to go right here, guys, and I think it's the simplest. There's no more stage breaks. We know this thing could run green to the finish. Also, everyone in the entire field needs another pit stop. The question is, what has to be done under the pit stop? Well, here the crew chief, Chris Gale and Denny Hamlin broke it down for his driver. Give him a little synopsis of where we stand.
Morning, one fuel and 6 and 7, potentially. They went deeper. Our goal is.
All right, so there you have it. An advantage over 54, but behind on 67. What does all that mean? Well, let's talk about it. Fuel needed. Started at 56 gallons. We put fuel in at different times. We've run a little longer. Ty Gibbs needs dang near a full stop. 20 gallons. Remember, one can is 14. When you get to that second can, you slow down your pit stop. Denny Hamlin may or may not get a splash from that second can. We'll see how accurate our calculations are. Corey Heim only needs 11 and a half gallons of fuel. That could be a 2-tire pit stop. Rudy Barker perhaps has done the magic again. Has he given his young driver a chance to steal one from his owner, Denny Hamlin? In my mind, this is down between the 11, the 67, and don't sleep on Carson Hocevar. Restart number 1, Dale, and then execute the plan to get the fuel in the car.
Yeah, that's going to be important right here to try to, maintain, if not gain spots on this restart. You see Priest up there on the outside taking a road. Carson Hocevar decided to be on the inside. That allowed the 60 of Priest to go to the outside, gaining a road. Now, if you're going to give up that row, if you're Hocevar, you're going to give up that outside second row, you dang sure better have a great restart and not lose more spots, come off turn 2 in 6th place, right? So that's the urgency on the 77. Priest says, hey, thank you, man. I'll take that extra row on the outside. Now he's going to fire it off on the outside of Denny and try to gain even another spot. Every driver out there's kind of got that mentality going on right now.
Hamlin wanted the inside lane here. He'll go behind his teammate Ty Gibbs with time on the front row.
Everyone else in the field, we're riding on board. The Wendy's team right here with SVG. All these cars are back. They're just trying to make something out of nothing. Hardly any of these cars have a real shot to win this race. They're just going to try to gain as many spots as they can during restarts like this.
And a lot of opportunities. 34 cars on the lead lap as we begin the final stage. Gibbs and Heim on the front row. They've combined to lead 54 laps today. Final stage of the Brickyard 400.
All right, so we got 2 more Toyotas on the front row again. This time it's Ty Gibbs and Corey Heim, and the 67 green flag is going to be in the air, and we are underway for stage number 3. Carson Hocevar to the back, and Denny Hamlin gave him a great shot down into turn 1 to try to get by the 67 car for second. This is a tight battle between Hamlin and Heim. And Corey Heim will duck in line right behind Denny. Carson Hocevar's got a big run in 4th place after getting clear of his side-by-side battle with Ryan Preece. Hocevar looking to the inside. Heim going to block him all the way to the bottom of the racetrack. Now Hocevar leaks to the outside, will widen his arc out into turn 3. Shallow entry for Corey Heim into that corner as well. They stay nose to tail. A little bit more of a gap now on the front stretch. Very defensive driving by Corey Heim today versus the 77 of Carson Hocevar. Ty Gibbs leading the way with 55 laps to go over Denny Hamlin in the 11. A lot of shaking for position and just an absolute madhouse outside the top 10. Todd Gilliland picking up a couple more spots in the restart, up to 24th. Ryan Blaney, who restarted in the 15th place position, he lost a couple spots. He's now down to 17th, so 7 positions is the difference between Blaney and Gilliland on the restart for the $1 million bonus. Blaney going to lose another spot into turn 3, maybe 2 of them down the back straightaway. Into the corner, slight contact in turn 3 between Bubba Wallace and Josh Berry in the 21, who tries to desperately hold on to that top line of the racetrack. That was a near incident with a lot of cars stacked up immediately behind them. Herbst to the bottom of the track, 3 wide into turn 1. Riley Herbst sails it off. Gets by the 42 of Nemechek, who has to lift. Shane Van Gisbergen gets a pass on the 42. Herbst still side by side with somebody else to the top lane of the track above him. Couldn't tell exactly who that car was. Might have been Chastain in the 1. No, not Chastain. Chastain a couple spots ahead of that. It was with Josh Berry, 21 car again. Weird seeing him with the PPG colors on a Wood Brothers Ford Mustang. Top 3 cars, all Toyotas, pulling away from the rest of the pack. Hocevar separating himself from 5th as well as Ryan Preece kind of backing everybody else up behind him. Unable to keep pace with the front runners up ahead of him. But a good day for Preece coming in just below the cutoff line on Austin Cindric. Had a top 5 at Indy last year and maybe looking to back that up with another one in 2026. Full field running order, a couple laps into the restart. Ty Gibbs leads, Denny Hamlin in 2nd. Corey Heim is now 3rd with Carson Hocevar 4th, and Ryan Preece rounding out the top 5 in 5th. Michael McDowell in 6th, Eric Jones 7th, Daniel Suarez in 8th, Chris Buescher 9th, and Brad Keselowski round out the top 10. Tyler Reddick in 11th, Cole Custer 12th, Joey Logano 13th, Christopher Bell 14th, Alex Bowman in 15th. 16th is Zane Smith, Chase Briscoe 17th, William Byron 18th, Ryan Blaney now 19th, and Bubba Wallace 20th. Josh Berry 21st, Shane Van Gisbergen 22nd, Riley Herbst 23rd, Jonathan Nemechek 24th, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 25th. 26 is Austin Cindric. AJ Allmendinger, 27th. Ross Chastain, 28th. Ty Dillon, 29th. And Todd Gillen now back to 30th as he lost quite a few spots. Must have had a moment or two breaking momentum after it looked like he gained a few spots initially on the restart. Noah Gragson in 31st and Austin Hill 32nd. Austin Dillon 33rd. Connor Zilic last car in the lead lap in 34th. Casey Mears 1 lap down 35th. 2 laps down for Cody Ware in 36th. And then 37th, Daniel Dye with a crash late in stage 2. Chase Elliott an incident early in stage 2. And late in stage 1 for Larson, 39th place last with his incident. So Daniel Dye, Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson. Finishing out that running order, 37th, 38th, and 39th. 50 laps to go this time by in the Brickyard 400. We'll take a quick break. You're listening live on KRC. A lot of laps still to go. Spotlighting Todd Gillen having side-by-side lap traffic in front of him. He does have slightly fresher tires than that of the 12 of Ryan Blaney, but a lot more traffic to overcome on a track that is very difficult to make passes on. Down the backstretch, Gillen splitting up the middle 3 wide. Had a little bit of help from his teammate Noah Gragson giving him a bump draft. Gillen so close to clearing Ross Chastain, and barely is as he gets in front of both cars by the end of the backstretch into turn 3. Gillen now to 28th place, 9 spots behind Blaney for the $1 million bonus. And you can tell that's exactly what he's racing for, because I don't know that somebody would have made that bold of a maneuver for 28th place on most given weekends. And the strategy he's on, pitting as late as he did, he might not have to take as much fuel on the last pit stop, so if it stays green to the end, could gain time that way on Ryan Blaney as well. Commercial break on TNT, this time by, I believe, a side-by-side one. Again, Ty Gibbs out in front. Just a 0.4 of a second advantage over Denny Hamlin in second. Corey Heim, 1.5 seconds back in third. 2.5 seconds to Carson Hocevar in fourth. And Ryan Preece, 4.4 seconds off the lead, rounding out the top 5 in fifth. A lot of time to go in this race. Based off of more of the pre-race prediction side of things, going to take a look at the Fantasy League and see what is going down with my team here this weekend. Had Ryan Blaney, Carson Hocevar, Tyler Reddick, Christopher Bell, Chase Briscoe on the team this week. Kyle Larson as well. Larson with the early crash was able to get him in the garage. Not as good of a week for my team as I thought. Carson Hocevar having a good day with quite a few stage points. Running up inside the top 5 right now as well. Tyler Reddick, who was my pick to win the race today, kind of been back half of the top 10 most of the day. He's currently in 11th. I would have had Denny Hamlin, but I don't have any more usages left for Hamlin, so he was not on the team. Chase Briscoe in the 19 car is Bell 14th, Briscoe 17th, Blaney 19th. Yeah, not a good day for my Fantasy League team so far. We'll see what happens on these final pit stops, which could be starting in the next 15 to 20 laps or less. We're getting closer. And Booty Barker has been around for a while. He was crew chiefing Michael Waltrip back at DEI, if I remember correctly. That's how long Booty Barker's been crew chiefing in the NASCAR Cup Series. Gibbs and Hamlin really starting to put some distance between themselves and the rest of the field, which is what Hamlin needs, knowing that Heim is probably going to have a little bit shorter of a final pit stop than him. Just coming back from commercial right now at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Ty Gibbs has led for quite a few laps in today's race, 44 of them more than any other driver. What is his strategy maybe holding him back from a potential win in today's race? Caution out on the speedway for the fourth time.
Worst case scenario for Ty Gibbs. It looks like some debris on the racetrack. And the reason I'm saying that, like, it's translated, there's debris without a doubt, not blowing around. It's something.
I think you have to pit here.
It looks like plastic on the edges. Oh, you know what that looks like? It looks like a hose cap. Like on the 3-inch hose, sometimes it's a piece of carbon or aluminum that could easily cut a tire. But that's why we have a yellow. Let me just set the stage right here. 34 cars on the lead lap, very narrow pit road, split strategies. It's going to be a mess. The reason I'd say it's worst case for Ty Gibbs, we've already said he needs the most fuel of anyone. You would love to do that under green when the field is spread out because extra time on pit road pays the biggest penalty right now. Still big advantage for Heim. I think this brings Priest right back in it because he'll be able to really leapfrog those guys with a shorter stop. So, and you heard really close on fuel. So I'm not even sure they can make it to the finish. So you can't really, you're going to have to fill your car all the way up here.
But they all come on the pit road together.
Yes.
As opposed to seconds apart under a green flag stop. So for Priest, who doesn't have to take as much fuel as the rest of these cars, this is their chance to take control of the race.
Yeah, exactly. Like a 2-second advantage. You may have got him to third, but I don't think he could have jumped to 54. But now he's going to come in 4 car lengths behind. He's going to absolutely. I'd be shocked if Himes not the first car pit road, Priest second.
The trouble, though, is a lot of cars won't be taking in full sales. There'll be a lot of cars exiting stalls while others are entering stalls. Can you get on and off this pit road without having to stop, wait, or run into somebody?
And then who in the back says, you know what? I'm going to stay out here. I know everybody thinks they're in their final window, but I'm, Bubba Wallace, running 20th. I'm just going to stay out. I'm going to run 20 more laps, fill my car all the way up, put some fresh tires on then, and hope for a bunch of overtimes. Now, we've seen that here before, too. Like, who's going to just find a way to give their driver a chance to win the Brickyard?
Big finish coming here, a weekend off, and then the season continues in 2 weeks' time at Iowa. Saturday, August 8th, practice and qualifying on True TV and streaming on HBO Max. It'll be there the rest of the year, the run to end the regular season, and of course throughout the chase. And series race coverage goes back to USA Sports. We'll finish the regular part of the season before those last 10 races to see who will be crowned the 2026 champion.
I'm excited to continue with my friends at USA. Dale, I know you're going to go back to just continuing to win races on Saturday and you've been calling them from the CW booth. So we'll all stay busy. It's going to be fun to continue on. This racing's been so good. That short track in Iowa in a couple weeks. It's not the list hybrid. It's like this odd 7/8 mile. It's got high speeds, you have lower grip, painted seams in the corner, just a lot to go down. Yeah. Set the chase in a few weeks. There's a lot happening in the NASCAR world.
I mean, you think about the 5 races to end the regular season. Here, Iowa, you got New Hampshire in there, the short track at Richmond, and then Daytona, the finale. Anybody's guess what could go down there.
And speaking of which, I know we said in the pre-race, but congratulations. I know it was a big win for Carson yesterday. Junior Motorsports 1, 2, 3, 4. His brother Cavey went. You're winning everything, man. Congrats.
Yes, sir. First time ever. We had a 1, 2, 3, 4 sweep in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. Big pit stops coming here. Ty Gibbs leads it down. Service with 44 to go. Right on the edge of the window.
Priest with an early stall. He's going to try to exit his pit stall here cleanly.
Surprised Priest took 4 tires. Party.
Adam mentioned it. It's going to be very tight to the end here, but most teams think they can make it. So you're going to see Ty Gibbs in that 54. They're going to have to go with 4. We talked about their fuel deficit all day long. But for the 11th inning, Hamlin, with 77 of Carson Hocevar, it's going to be right sides for Hamlin, right sides for Corey Heim as well. In a drag race between driver and owner off of pit road, Corey Heim takes the lead here on pit road.
Heim wins the race off. You got to go down outside the top 5 before you see Ryan Priest there, who does get 4 tires. And right behind him, it was Bowman. Here's the race off the pit lane. Heim in front of Hamlin.
That's a hell of a race off of pit road, but why does the 60 take the 4 tires? There was their chance to basically take the lead of the race, Steve.
I agree. Oh, man. Crew member contact on the 23. We talked about how narrow this pit road is, but I'm with you, Dale. Man, that's a scary situation. I've been one of those guys before. Those cars do not give. I agree. Unless they think those fresh left sides are going to make a difference. I haven't seen it yet today. I really think that Priest, he's going to wish he had that one back. I could be wrong. Only time will tell. How about the crew in the 23, Danielle?
Yeah, for Bubba Wallace, it was right sides and fuel only. Then you saw Bubba overshoot the box, have to back up. And Stevie, remember, not only are these some of the long as well, makes it very challenging up and down pit road for these drivers.
Yeah, it's hard to jump out. It gets very narrow. Seems like everybody's up. Hopefully they're all okay. Scary situation.
A year ago, Bubba ended that 100 race winless streak, going to victory lane in the Brickyard 400. Problems today. We're back in a moment.
Under caution for the fourth time here in today's race. Ty Gibbs, our race leader, with Denny Hamlin in second, Corey Heim third. Fourth for Carson Hocevar, Eric Jones in... sorry, no, that is not accurate. Let me redo that. The race off of pit road. Corey Heim won the race out of the pits. Denny Hamlin in second. Oh, look now, Joey Logano in third with the two-tire stop. It looked like about the top 5, I believe, took right side tires only. Maybe the top, I think it was the top 5 took rights. Now, Reddick had to have taken rights too if he gained that many spots. He gained about 5 or 6. So, down to Ryan Preece in 9th, I believe was the first driver of those that took 4 tires. Top 8 took right side tires only. Everybody came to pit road. And Corey Heim wins the race out of the pits. He'll be the leader. Denny Hamlin going to be in second. Joey Logano third. Christopher Bell fourth. Chase Briscoe fifth. Tyler Reddick in sixth with right around 40 laps to go in the restart. We're going to have a couple more than 40 to go when we get back racing yet again. We'll take our second to last break of the stream. You're listening live on KRC to our full flag-to-flag coverage of the Brickyard 400. Things heating up down the stretch.
Let's let the athletes play. Chase toys, chase trophies, chase each other. No guarantees, no safety net, just sheer guts, guile, and will. Violently apologetic, authentically NASCAR.
Time for our Kalshi market odds. Kalshi traders are currently forecasting Denny Hamlin at 43% to win the Brickyard 400. It's right behind Corey Heim. Won that race off the pit lane.
Well,
and need to pay off the Ty Gibbs situation too, Steve.
yeah, so Heim's leading. Gibbs was the leader. We talked about how he was going to have to take more fuel, and under green he was going to lose a handful of spots, but under yellow, what does that really mean? Well, he rejoins the racetrack now in 14th. So just such a great day. Tyler Allen continuing to call a good race, a little on the aggressive side. Dale, you said it earlier, that fuel tax, you got to pay it, you got to pay it. Well, unfortunately, they didn't pay in the first quarter, the second quarter, or the third quarter, so they had to write a big check for fuel tax in the fourth quarter, and here he is now, 14th. Now, we'll never know how the 43 laps are going to finish here, but look at all the names in front of them. You know, Heim, Hamlin, Logano, Bell, Briscoe. There's some tough competitors. Oh, Logano. We haven't seen him all day.
Look, Bell, the same thing.
Yeah, this is just doing a really nice job. I mean, Bell went from 23rd to 4th. Talk about a huge advantage in the fuel situation.
Yeah, Logano, 19th to 3rd there. So we do the choose, anticipating this restart that'll come with 42 laps remaining. Everybody getting ready to go? Let's do Where's Mamba?
Yeah, You know, it's hollow ground here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and one of the places that everyone wants to be, the place everyone wants to be, is Victory Lane. Similar to North Wilkesboro, we have a cool elevator that brings you to the top, and then, of course, you're in here with the milk at some places, with the trophy, and this thing is amazing. All the names are along the bottom here. Everyone has won this event, has their name on the trophy, so we'll see who will add their name to it by the end of the day, Adam.
It's big names at the front of the field. Just think about Corey Heim. He proved to us at San Diego the moment was not too big. And here he is in position in Indianapolis. First time he'd seen this racetrack and got a shot to win Brickyard 400, Marty.
Adam, we've given a lot of props to 23-year-old Corey Heim out of Marietta, Georgia. Well, how about us crew chief Robert Booty Barker? He has been around the Cup Series garage a long time. And Dale, I love what he just told his young driver just a moment ago. Do not forget, you're the baddest man here. That little punch of confidence from a veteran like that's got to help a young driver.
He's worked in this garage a long time as a mechanic, engineer, shop guy, now crew chief for many, many years. Step back of that role now, asked to fill in here in these opportunities, and what a chance he's giving this young driver. Incredible race car. You know, doing these one-offs, running every now and then, a little limited schedule, tough to do, and tough to be competitive at it, even with a great race team. That pit stop time difference is not through execution. Both crews executed well. That is crew chief and strategy. Heim only needed 13 gallons, did it in a hurry. Ty Gibb needed 19 gallons, 12.9. That's just the difference between leading the race and 14th. But now, Corey Heim, front row with his owner, he's going to have to prove that he is, quote, the baddest guy here. That's what his crew chief says.
And where does everybody stand on fuel? 42 laps to go in the Brickyard 400.
Heim's got his hand out the window, waving to the car behind him for the push.
Green flag back in the air at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as the landfill down into turn one is led as Corey Heim makes a big block on the 22 of Joey Logano, but though loses the lead to Denny Hamlin on the outside of row number one. Shallow entry now into the second turn, and a little bit of contact looked to have been made. And as they exit turn two, more cars fanning out to 2 and 3 wide. And it is going to be a mess into turn three. Carson Hocevar in the middle of it. Luckily funnels down to the bottom, and we got trouble. Ryan Blaney is around in the 12 in the battle for the in-season tournament challenge. Riley Herbst is in the grass. I think Todd Gillen made it through. There's not a lot of damage, presumably on the 12 car. But caution is out with 40 to go.
Caution number 5.
Oh boy.
This is helping everyone's fuel. Remember, we thought they were outside their window. They're right now, they're coasting, engine shut off, doing what they need to do. And that, 3 wide, down the back straightaway, huge mess. Everybody got all tangled up getting into turn 3. Can't wait to see a replay, see how this one developed. Incredible move by Hocevar.
Blaney's car looks like
Middle.
it may be okay.
So here's the frustration for Blaney. Right damage to the right front. Yeah, better than I thought, though. I thought we were going to see some real heavy damage. Well, let's go all the way
It's
back
not
to
perfect, but
22 Logano.
still driving.
I think he's going to stick with his 67, but no, he tries to go 3 wide, little contact right here. That allows Denny easy access into turn 1 to lead. Bragg gets knocked at the racetrack here. Reddick comes in there, sticks it in the limber and quarter panel, sits right up the track. That's what bottles all this up on the back straightaway. Look at that number 12 car. The 77 gets a push. From the 54, here comes big runs from behind the 42, the 41. Look at the white car, the 42. It's down in the middle of the sandwich there, turns the 12 around.
Even check with the late drive in the middle, 3 lines.
Sidewall.
Too late
That's
to make that move.
John Hunter doesn't take 3 starts to go, but this could be the last restart, and John Hunter's trying to make up positions. It's late. It's aggressive. There's no route. He drove it in there. Blaney's not going to like it, as he shouldn't. And if you're John Hunter, if you're Jimmy Johnson, I believe you need your driver at that level of aggression.
But, you go down in the garage, and everybody shows up.
I personally feel like the dive was a little late into the corner.
In there.
to make it realistic that motor is going to work without those happenings.
For the 12, giving him great information.
10 feet away.
I think the 42 gets down in the corner, maybe gets up the track just a little bit. It's just real tight, not room for 3 wide.
Austin Cindric able to sneak by. Comes in on the chase cut line.
Oh, the big contact for Casey Mears and the 35 there late.
John Hunter, too. He hit harder than I thought. You said it, though. Really good spotter communication. I thought he was consistent with the 3 wide. I mean, it all happens to a blink for Blaney, but
Let's listen to radio from the 42 John Hunter Minchek.
I thought he was going to fill that hole. Now that he's calmed down and he saw the result, I truly think I'm sorry. The result is let him know we're not happy about it. He knows Blaney's going to be upset, but sometimes just racing happens,
Blaney's in, Marty. Heard Adam the back end of the radio when Ryan Blaney said that 42 guy is every week with him. We heard that after the damage. Blaney said the wheel is to the right, but yeah, obviously very upset with John Hunter Nemechek and that move on that restart. You see Raymond Fox, the car chief, trying to get that splitter damage fixed here on the 12.
9 cars involved.
A lot of bear bond.
In this caution that creates our 5th yellow of the day.
Todd Gillen has a front row seat right here. Just in front, you're going to see the wreck up the racetrack. The 34 just to the right of your screen. He's got to get on the brakes.
Oh, just it's a 16 car.
Could be
AJ Allmendinger.
$1 million miss right there. Yep.
I got to tell you, when we saw the onboard looking into his eyes, I mean, it was like he was aware of what had happened and the opportunity that's now in front of him. You see the drivers involved in the crash. Let's go down to Danielle.
I asked Todd Gillen this morning, do you want to keep track of where Ryan Blaney is via your spotter all throughout the day? He said, not really. He said, the only thing I want to know, and I told my spotter this, that if Blaney gets in trouble and somehow ends up behind us, and I now inherit the lead for the $1 million to win the in-season challenge, then tell me. They just came on the radio and told Todd about Blaney's issue, which obviously he just squeaked by and saw. So it could be Gilly for a milli, guys. He's an underdog, and he said, I think the fans and even the drivers want to see an underdog win this thing.
Oh,
I've even had some of Blaney's
No,
fans
Blaney.
tell me my underdog story would be pretty cool.
We had this last year. Ty Dillon comes here going against Ty Gibbs, but it's Gibbs who wins the $1 million. We didn't get the upset in the final round. Today it might happen with Gilliland.
Oh, this 12 car is ruined. That contact with the outside wall had paint, concrete, all kinds of things in the wheel of that car on both ends. So pretty good damage. I will be really, really shocked if that car has pace.
Both very deserving, both great people and great drivers in the sport. Blaney, who's won the $1 million at the All-Star race, he's won a championship. Think about the highlight reel for Todd, what $1 million win in in-season challenge would do. We play a lot of golf with Todd, and I'm going to encourage him to join at least 3 or 4 more golf clubs. I'll help him spend it. Great kid, great young driver.
Caution is out at the Brickyard 400. Under 40 laps to go. Ryan Blaney, one of the 9 that pays the price. Big restart when we return on TNT.
Yeah, part of that, I mean, the hole was there for Nemechek, but Blaney being as wide as what he was, getting into what is a single groove racetrack, is going to try to close that gap to be as close to the car underneath of him as possible. So while there's space down the end of the back straightaway, like there was, as they funnel down into the corner, that gap is going to narrow up. Nemechek just made a dive way too late into the entry of turn 3 as that gap was being closed. I believe Bowman was the car on the inside of the 12 and then sparked the incident. So it's a late dive, mistimed. Obviously apologizing over the radio for the cause of the incident. Good news is, up at the front of the field, it gives the likes of Corey Heim another opportunity with Denny Hamlin. And we'll see what's going to happen on the next restart. Joey Logano at the front of the field trying to go 3 wide to the bottom into turn 1 for the lead after timing it out well rather than pushing the 67 car. And that allowed for Denny Hamlin, who's getting pushed on the outside of row 1, to get clear out of the first turn with the lead. Heim is now in second. So top 10 in the running order to the next restart with less than 40 laps to go. Denny Hamlin leads. Corey Heim in P2. Christopher Bell now third. Joey Logano fourth. And Chase Briscoe in fifth. Tyler Reddick is now sixth place. Brad Keselowski seventh. Ryan Preece eighth. Josh Berry ninth. And Carson Hocevar in 10th after being in the middle of 3 wide, right in front of where Nemechek was, barely making it through there and remaining with a good run.
I'm in Iowa, Friday evening on FS1. Now it's the Menard Series, Saturday reserved for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. We're on CW. Arca on FS1 and USA Sports back in the game when it comes to the Cup Series. Coverage Sunday, August 9th, 3:30 Eastern Time.
Weekend off. I think these drivers are going to use it. Recharge, refresh, be ready for the big push.
And you want to win for the off weekend, extra time to celebrate and enjoy it.
I think the lead. Cool. Something like that. Yeah, honestly.
What's going on, Shannon?
How about Christopher Bell? Started this race 23rd, currently in third. I told you guys at the beginning of the race that Adam Stevens said strategy was going to be the way that they could get track position. This is a big race for Adam Stevens, obviously for most drivers and crew chiefs, but his eyes just absolutely lit up when I asked him about this place. Take this into consideration. He has 4 total Cup Brickyard wins, 2 as a race engineer for Tony Stewart, and then, of course, 2 with Kyle Busch. He told me, I used to watch this race as a kid, loves coming here, and would love to get another one with his young driver. Marty?
Shannon, how about another new player in the top 5? Indiana's own Chase Briscoe sitting in the 5th position, and James Small, the run before they pitted a moment ago at lap 116, kept telling Chase, hey, we're going to be in the best fuel position of anyone. They took right side tires, only the 1 can of fuel to get them to the end. And Adam, as a fellow Hoosier, you know the kind of party it would be tonight.
Oh, man.
Chase Briscoe's able to get home to victory lane.
31 years old from Mitchell, Indiana, small town in the southern part of the state, 90 minutes from the racetrack. Grew up rooting for Tony Stewart. His dad was a racer. I saw him in the garage today. His dad, Kevin, looked at me and said, hey, man, back home again in Indiana. You know they want to celebrate tonight.
Let's go back up front to that 11 car. Denny Hamlin lists some radio.
Wanting lead.
Just saw what happened with 2 cars that didn't work together. And Logano on that last restart, he's saying, hey, I like the teamwork with Christopher Bell. I'd love to have a repeat of that. I think Christopher will be happy to help this 11 car, unless, something happens. Yeah, I mean, just think back in the races, though. These two have been battling. The 600, they were side by side, and Suarez ends up winning it. We've
Nashville.
Yeah.
And think about the last lap at Nashville.
Yeah, I think the intention would be that the 20 will help the 11. That will be the intention going into the restart zone. If the 11 makes a mistake on a shift or anything happens, Christopher's got to try to take opportunity, right? But for the most part, I think you'll see that 20 give him the best push he can. So assuming that they're both going to be on the inside line here. Yeah, that's what it looks like. So Heim now is on the outside. He's going to try to get help from Joey Logano in the 22 car. They didn't work together well on that last start. But now being on the outside line, I think Joey's more committed to pushing than to trying to make it 3 wide. So
Joe Gibbs Racing 1, 2, 3 in that inside lane. Hamlin, Bell, and then Briscoe.
And then Reddick with the other 23
right.
11. So it's a Toyota train on the inside of.
And then it's a Ford helping a Toyota in the outside lane.
Right by me
Keselowski
go.
up
Let's
there.
take it right here.
Ford has to be feeling really good about themselves right now. It's been well documented. They just had a down year at the high-speed racetracks. Logano with an absolutely monster performance last year. And look, there's racing still to be done, but man, we have a whole Fords inside the top 10. The first Chevrolet, Hocevar in 10th.
I'm going to tell you what, Brad Keselowski's the one that amazes me. Won the Brickyard 2018. That's the only time that Roger Penske has won here at his place in the Brickyard 400. But you know what? He is in the hunt every year here. It's just remarkable how consistent Brad is at this racetrack when you think about the variance that goes into being successful in this event.
We see a bunch of tire, cleaning up. Dale, restart wise, this is wheel spin race. Like, does this jump to mind wheel spin or not so much?
I think it's more about just the commitment you're going to want to expect from the car down into turn one, sending the car into turn one hard as you can. Whether you're on the inside or outside, it's going to be a little edgy. You can have, if you're on the inside, you got somebody stuck on your door. You don't have a lot of room to bobble or move up the racetrack. If you're on the outside, you're not in the groove with the most grips. You're going to try to find as much as you can by keeping these tires clean. Just thinking about the restart between Hamlin, one of the best in the field, a veteran, and Heim, a rookie. He doesn't know everything Denny knows. What can he do to try to, mount enough of a charge to try to take that lead? He knows that he failed on that previous restart. He knows that he gave up a lead that he should still have. So he's got to be determined to take it back, but from one of the toughest guys in the field.
So we're not going to get the restart.
Yeah, they're back to single file, I noticed. I think they're adding laps. So real quick, two things. All of these yellows should make everybody, all that conversation about fuel all day long, that was paid off in the final pit stop. At this point, with all these yellows, I think everybody can make it to the end. So if strategy was your word, take one more gulp, grab a glass of water so you can stick with us through the end, because I think the strategy's over. Now it's just about who has the best car. And there's a reason why we talk about the driver, because as a crew chief, I love that I've given my driver a chance, but in the end, the superstar is now going to have to pull the belts tight and find a way to get these last 34, 35 laps done.
What's going on, Shannon?
They just told Joey Logano that caution should buy them a green-white checkered, so it sounds like they are good. But Adam, you were talking about just how important this race is for Team Penske, Roger Penske's drivers. When you walk into those haulers in the morning before the race, you can feel how much this means to these guys. Joey Logano told me this is the Augusta of racetracks. He said the open wheel guys have won many, many times, a lot of times, and these guys, they just haven't gotten it done for Roger Penske. Joey has had his heart broken at this track. He's finished second twice, and last season they played strategy right, were in the position late, and had a tire failure. He said that was the one that really stung. Right now, he's in third, Marty.
Shannon, I can't help but think about Denny Hamlin right now. He has come so close so many times here at the Brickyard. 4 third-place finishes. This would make it so Denny Hamlin gets all of the crown jewel races. He would complete the Grand Slam. And Dale, when I asked him earlier this week, would you kind of be calculated at the end of the race, or would you be willing to be a little more desperate to win this one? He said, I would lean towards desperation. This one means everything to me. So kind of put me in that mindset, Dale. What's going through Denny Hamlin's mind right now before possibly the final restart of the race?
Well, I feel like they've done everything that, everything the right way. He told us on the pre-race that they wouldn't jump off of the path. They wouldn't jump off of the traditional strategy. They were going to go by the plan that seemingly was the right one last year. And it's given them another chance to be in position to win this race. It's Denny now behind the wheel. No more coming to pit road. No need to save fuel. It's all on him. And against the rest of the field, I take Denny Hamlin most every time.
4 wins this year for Hamlin. Won 3 in a row early in the summer. And Mr. Consistency the last couple of months, taking over the championship lead. Crew Chief Chris Gale told me this morning, we don't care about points today. It's all about getting this guy to victory lane here, and he's in charge of the field as we return to the green flag with 34 laps to go.
And again, we talked in the pre-race about how special this place is. We talked all day long about how hard it is and all the things you have to do right. Now, if you're one of these cars, anywhere in the top 6, 8, or 10, think, man, there's some sort of scenario where it could be our day. We've done our part. Some chances better than others. But, man, if you're any of these guys, you have to be so excited to be still in it.
The opportunity is now. Pace car is in. Inside lane, 64 career wins. Outside lane, 1. Anaheim, get us going again at Indy.
We saw the launch on the outside line.
Denny didn't get out of there well.
Outside line. Good push by the 22.
Oh, looked out of line. Here
Corey back to the lead again.
67.
Oh, wait, hold on. Denny almost got there. That's a shallow entry for both drivers.
And restart for Corey Heim to jump to the race lead. Bill looking outside. Here they are. Big run to turn 3.
That couldn't have gone worse for Denny Hamlin. Now he's getting
Oh, Joey underneath.
the inside.
3 wide to the corner. Logano inside. Trying to get Hamlin.
And Hamlin's still there. Yeah, Hamlin's had a weakness all year. It's sent restarts. They have looked better lately, but that block from Heim killed the momentum from Hamlin. Now he's all the way back and forth. Under attack from Briscoe from 5th. Briscoe side driving down the front straightaway. Heim clearly into the lead. Brad Keselowski sitting right there with an opportunity to go 3 wide. What a move from Josh Berry. Josh up to 7th. Hamlin trying to get momentum going the other way. The car he owns, the 67 of Heim, the driver he employs with a very big defensive middle. After an amazing restart with the help of Joey Logano. Wow. Denny them tried to organize well on that inside line, and when Denny took off, they got disconnected. And tight right there was 47. And the 20 wasn't there to push him down the front straightaway, while Logano was firmly in the back bumper, the 67 of Heim, with a great push into turn 1. Really, really good job by the pusher in the second row.
Saw Gilliland there.
There it is right here.
22nd.
Good organized, but when Denny launches, the 20 doesn't launch with him. I saw Denny didn't have his hand out the window to try to signal to the 20 when he might throttle. That might have been a difference maker right there to be able to allow the 20 of Chris Bell to know when Denny was going to go. Denny takes off. He's not getting pushed by the 20. The outside line was locked together. Tough block right here by the 67 of Heim, but you got to do it for the race win. Denny lifts, allowing Heim to carry on through the corner.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin hates it and loves it at the same time. He hates it that it was he that was blocked from his driver. But when the emotions disappear, maybe weeks, maybe months from now, he's going to love that that guy's driving his cars next year because, to your point, Dale, that's a must block. If you don't make that block, the 11 is back inside, and you're either side by side or the 11's going by for the Brickyard. Now, can the 11 find momentum? A track where passing is so difficult. Can he find a way with 31 laps to hope the long run? I mentioned restarts has been the weakness. Long run the strength. If there's any track that long run doesn't normally come into play, it's here. Will it work out? We have Hosmar back here going by the 54 tie gives, also trying to recover. Man, a lot just happened right there. And you could see it with the urgency. These drivers know the type of racing this is. They know strategy and restarts. And now Bell is trying to keep Heim so close they force him into a mistake. Briscoe looking for a way to get around Logano.
And look at the number chips in the pylon. 24th, Todd Gilliland. 29th, Ryan Blaney. 12 are trying to stay in it here.
Blaney just made another pass for 28th on Ty Dillon, so he's still got at least a bit of speed in that number 12 phone.
Best he can do right now is a 50-28. He's holding up Briscoe, holding up Denny Hamlin. They're going to have to push hard to try to give themselves a shot. They've got to find a way around the 22.
I just ran the fastest lap of the race. It bit money in big situations.
Now can Denny work with Briscoe to get by the 22? You know, can the 19 back up? Can they work together, trying to get a toe, anything to try to get by this 22 car? Yeah, Denny's trying to come up with some plan. Some kind of plan to figure out how they can pass this 22 car. As it is right now, Denny, the 19, they're in dirty air. Logano, even if he's 2 tenths slower, will be able to hold off the 19, the 11. But as these laps trickle by, maybe the balance of the 22 falls away. They need to go and attack and quickly get by them if they want a chance to run down Bell and Heim. And Bell's keeping Heim honest. I know we talk a lot about Denny and his recovery. The gap hasn't changed much, 7/10 of a second, but it hasn't changed much in either direction. I'm not able to stretch the lead. Bell staying within striking distance.
And I go back to NASCAR Nation. And Jamie Mack talking about his win here, and he said, I knew, once I got the white flag, as long as I didn't cut a tire, I was going to win the Brickyard 400. And he talked about that 52nd lap and everything that goes through your mind. And I think now about the situation for Corey Heim, on the big stage and everything that goes into winning one of these races. And now being out front and having to manage this for 30 laps or so. It's an incredible situation, but so much maturity out of this 24-year-old.
Well, flip it. At a track where it has been so difficult to overtake the lead, what if Bell could figure out the riddle? Hine misses the bottom a little right there. He missed the bottom on the restart, which is why Hamlin had a run that he had to block. So that's the second time the 67 has not hit his mark. Then he told us on the pre-race he missed his mark by 1 or 2 feet, and it ruined his chance at sitting on the pole. If you're Bell, you want to be close enough to try to make a mistake. Quickly, before we go back to the lead battle, Blaney right here in the 12 car running 27. He is not slow. He just ran a 52.40 just ahead of me. The green car Gilman, 52.52 and 24. Just a couple of positions. This $1 million isn't anybody's just yet. Still up for grabs here. Both cars right there on the screen.
And there's a few cars in between them, but only a second separates them on track. Blaney is a bulldog. He wants the money.
I'm shocked that this car drives as well as it does. There's aerodynamicists everywhere with their head in their hands. Like, how is this possible? Yeah, I'm surprised the tow link stood up to the pounding going into the wall.
Yeah, me too. That's what I thought was going to do him in.
Man, this is fascinating. 67 continues to lead, but he has missed the bottom a little bit. Let's listen into the 67 about his handling. If you lose, which it'd be worse. You'd actually prefer to be the trailing car. And if you're Adam Stevens, crew chief of Bell, I'm telling him, he's on the radio. He's complaining, man. He's too loose. You're seeing it out the window. Stick with him. Don't let him flat right for your tire. These cars, unlike the cars of the years past, they used to build really tight, right before the tires would go away.
Talked to crew chief Booty Barker on Friday during practice, Adam, and he said, I'm not going to be surprised at all if we have a shot to win this race, even though Corey is not full-time in Cup yet. He said he did the wheel course test here earlier and had a lot of sim time, picked up data from his teammates very quickly. He said, if we qualify well and we're a part-time team, but our squad typically looking great. If we can qualify well, I don't see any reason why we couldn't win this race. They qualified 7th. And they're in the lead with 24 to go.
Sorry, a little technical issue. I think we've worked through it here now with some audio. But these cars, Danielle, I'm going to apologize. I didn't get a chance to hear her report either. I kind of lost my headset here. But these cars, the way they work, they build much looser. With the way the splitters are up in the air, the right front tire cools. That right rear tire gets cooked lap after lap after lap. So we'll just have to see if Bell can continue to cool it.
.23 to go, and in this situation, I just can't help but think the heartbreak that Christopher Bell has dealt with here in 2026. 5 runner-up finishes, 4 of those coming in the last 9 races. And you think about what this team has overcome, the broken wrist when they had the big crash at Michigan, and how they have fought through that, and still very much in the game when you look at the point standings inside the top 10. This is the kind of team with a victory that can get on a run late in the regular season. And even though they've been behind and had a lot of bad luck, be a big part of the conversation when we get to the chase. And he's hanging in 4/10 back right now, Shannon.
He sure is, Adam, and he knows exactly what we already said about that 67 going to the free side. They did tell him he's starting to get blue. Christopher Bell is on the hunt.
One of the best cars on the racetrack that last time I was at 22 Logano in third, about a tenth faster than
Wow,
the leaders.
Joey's
Back to the 19 of Briscoe. Briscoe's starting to struggle with his car, 51.27 last time by. He's trying to put the pressure on Briscoe as well. He's going to walk by. Tell Mike he's right up faster. Tell him to let me go. I still have a chance. And he drives down in there trying to get the 19 upset a little bit. It doesn't work. He gets in the dirty air, misses the corner. Keselowski back there closing in. Josh Berry closing in.
This race just means so much to both Briscoe and Hamlin, because we talked about Hamlin, wanting to check the box, complete the career Grand Slam, and get his first victory in Indianapolis. And then we said Chase Briscoe's from Indiana. He said, I would trade all of my victories in to get a win at this place. So there is no giving. Just over 20 laps to go.
Another lap on the racetrack. Another lap where Logano is the fastest. The 67 of Heim loose, holding up Christopher Bell somewhat. Logano closing in a tenth, 2/10 a lap. And I think
Logano, another driver who has now won the Brickyard 400 despite many attempts at
He's
it.
going to have a hard time getting by the 19. Can you imagine if Joey Logano, after a statistically worst year in his career, goes back to back, including the Brickyard?
I mean, you think about the history of North Wilkesboro and everything about that place, and to win there on a very historic night, and then come to Indy and not only win the Brickyard 400 your first, but deliver it to the Boston. Where's the place?
Another lap. I'm the slowest of the top three, 51.11. 51 flat for Bell, 50.95 for Logano. Laps is a long time.
Oh, it's an eternity here.
We're talking 50 miles. We're talking an afternoon road trip. Talking about that 22 running quickly here. What do you got, Shannon?
Yeah, Adam, you mentioned the win last week, and he did tell me it was a huge shot in the arm. But he said it's not time to start celebrating the momentum. Making the chase is just part of the goal. They want to contend. And like you said, all of the talk about Denny Hamlin never winning this race, never have won this race. Joey Logano in the same boat. He said this is the number one race on the list that I want to win. The dream of kissing the bricks is a real thing.
Well, Shannon, last week prior to North Wilkesboro, he's below the cut line. Logano now 13 plus 65. They are getting it done late in the regular season, and now we do our credit one bank ones to watch.
Yes, guy, we've been talking about, at least I've been talking about Joey Logano a tenth quicker, if not more, the last 5 laps as 22 cars closing the gap. What can he do when he gets there?
Well, he's trying to get the second, the guy in second, the 20 of Christopher Bell, the 31-year-old from Norman, Oklahoma. 5 runner-ups this season, still looking for his first win. He knows how to run well here at Indy with an 8th and a 4th, the last 2 Brickyard 400s. Can he find a way past the youngster, Corey Heim, leading?
And Corey Heim is going to be my guy, making his 15th career Cup start today and looking for his second victory. We talked about the win in San Diego. The last time a driver got his first 2 Cup wins in his first 15 starts, A.J. Foyt, 1961.
Wow.
Oh, by the way, has won 4 times here in the Indy 500s.
22 of Logano, 2/10 faster
That's
than last time by.
And he wants Bell to get there.
That'd
Because
be
if
awesome.
he gets to the 67 for just a blink, the toe will be gigantic, and those two will slow down. Bell to get by because he's faster.
2/10 again that lap. Logano's going to get there. I just wonder when he gets within 5 or so car lengths, can he continue to close the gap, or will he stall out? The 22, a half a second faster than Briscoe back and forth. Pretty impressive. Didn't think the Fords had a lot of speed, didn't qualify in the top 10. But late in the race, when it really matters, when you press the button, when everybody's giving everything they got, this 22 car seems to be the best car on the racetrack.
Seen that before.
That's how I would describe that team. It's simple as that. With the fastest car, they find a way. With not the fastest car, they find a way. They continue to just find a way. 2 tires. Comes in 13th. Final lap 116. Uses that fuel load to jump forward all the way up into the mix. Paul Wolf continuing to find a way to give his driver a chance. The question is, can the experience of Bell or the experience of Logano pay off?
I just think about the combo of that 22 team. And you mentioned Paul Wolf, a tremendous leader on the box. On the spotter stand, does such a good job. He and Joey, best of friends. And Logano behind the wheel, a 3-time champion who has had so many big moments.
Almost a second back. Took a while, but he's closed the gap. Cut it in half.
Well, 7/10 of a second back just 5 laps ago.
Separating them. AJ Allmendinger, you see Gillen right there. AJ, and then Blaney in the 12, still hanging in there. Batter, beast. Right side of that car destroyed the fence.
The game within the game. Brahma for the $1 million in the in-season challenge. A champ going against the upset-minded Todd Gilliland.
Man, it's getting tight up here with Hyman Bell. Bell is closing the gap. He's going to be in a position now where he'll get the toe down the back straightaway or down the front straightaway, being able to possibly make some moves. The 6th and 7th have to become defensive. That draws the 22 into that even more.
Man, and it has been a steady climb, Dale. You saw right away, but the 22's advantage continues.
14 laps to go.
That time by as well, another 10 for Logano. Still yet to stall out as he closes the gap, and he can see it. He's getting excited behind the wheel. He can see what they're struggling with in front of him. And look at their cars yawing, not turning, missing corners, missing apexes.
5 seconds behind him. Briscoe still in front of Hamlin.
And when we talk about this track had 4 distinct corners, we saw how much Denny Hamlin lost when he had to make a block. You miss the apex once, or you make one bobble, you just can't do anything. There's no time. They are coming and coming with a run. You know a block will end up in a wreck. Instead of trying to be wide, I guess you try to put it to the right.
Yep, 13 right here.
It's like there he's hoping for a little smaller answer.
Right.
Like he's left down. This is taking forever for Corey Heim.
You have to ask yourself, is this the race that will come to Joey Logano? Remember last year, Joey Logano, Paul Wolf strategized their way into an unbelievable chance to win the Brickyard, and a flat tire in the closing laps just took away their chances. Talk about heartbreaking. Right here, he was the leader. He had control, much like Heim does here. We all knew Logano wouldn't make a mistake. That's his signature. He had to save a little bit of gas, and a flat tire ended it. Maybe the Brickyard will get back to Joey Logano and give him a chance. He's going to need a little break from the 2 in front.
Well, I don't know, Steve. The last lap by, it's the first time in a long time he's been even with Heim in lap time. 22 is going to have to hope that these 2 in front of him start to race soon. Another lap right there where Joey's actually the slowest of the 3.
But I think he's close enough now if they do race.
They've got to start racing quickly.
If they get side by side, I think for one corner. I think if they could test in one corner side by side, Joey can be there. 3 seconds back, no. 1 second, I think, could be made up.
His window is closing quick.
Paul Wolf, right side of your screen. Over 550 starts as a crew chief, 44 wins, 3 championships. He has seen all of this before. Shannon, we are closing in. 11 to go. Next time by.
You know, Steve, I asked you earlier today who was one of the best crew chiefs in the garage with strategy, and you did not even take a pause. He said, Paul Wolf. I asked him about that. He said it's something he started working on when he was crew chiefing for Brad Keselowski. He said he takes all of the information that he gets from about the trends and the history, but it's his job to apply that to the race. He says you got to understand your driver, your car, how the race is playing out. But here's something really interesting. He said, I'm not an engineer. I'm a racer. So I understand it from a race point perspective. And guys, inside that car, Joey Logano and his spotter having a little fun. They just came over and said, Here, kitty, kitty. Of course, that's 2007 when Tony Stewart hunted down Kevin Harvick here at the Brickyard.
Maybe that's what it is for me, Shannon. I love the engineers, and I needed them my entire career, but I didn't go to college either. I didn't drive like Paul Wolf, but I'm just a racer at heart, and I love when the racers find a way to kind of outsmart the computers. Behind these,
Only a 4/10 of a second difference between Ryan Blaney, Todd Gilliland for 24th place and the win in the in-season tournament championship finale here at Indianapolis and a $1 million bonus. As that battle continues back there, we'll highlight that as well as the battle for the race win between Corey Heim, Christopher Bell, and Joey Logano. Logano, that last time by at the start-finish line with 10 laps to go, is within 0.8 of a second of the race leader. 0.4 back for Bell. He was within a couple tenths, but then Corey Heim picked it up a little bit that last lap, though Joey Logano the quickest of the three. And really with where we're at right now, we know that 67 car probably not as good as the 20 and the 22, but he's got track position. He has clean air. His car's going to handle a little bit better on corner entry in middle of the corner, especially compared to the 20 and the 22 behind him, despite not having maybe quite the top end speed because he can't get off of turn 2 or off of turn 4 as good as those trailing cars, and obviously not being able to utilize the draft down these long straightaways at Indianapolis as well. Ryan Blaney's had a tough time trying to make any more passes since he has gotten behind AJ Allmendinger in the 16. Things are going to be tough for the 12, especially with that damage, to make 2 more passes on track. But one restart, it's going to be all hell breaking loose, especially in the middle of the pack, as we've seen on pretty much every restart today. And the same can be said up at the front of the field as well. Haven't been able to see Christopher Bell get close enough to Corey Heim to put enough pressure on him to force him into a major mistake. Corey Heim's done a great job keeping a steady wheel as the laps continue to wind down. Only 8 remaining at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the 2026 Brickyard 400. Sticking down to the bottom of the racetrack, all 3 cars in the top 3 doing so. Heim hasn't felt any pressure down these straightaways to really have to cut down to the inside and break the draft on the trailing cars behind him either. If Bell's able to get closer to the 67, obviously that would be the case. A little bit of a wiggle up out of turn 2 by Corey Heim as he tried to pick the throttle up that time. Should say turn 3. My apologies on that. And Bell was able to gain just a little bit more time. Despite the slight hiccup in turn 3 by Corey Heim and Christopher Bell closing the gap, Bell was able to get out of turn 4 well enough to kind of mitigate the amount of time straightaway speed-wise that Bell was able to close on Corey. 6.5 laps to go down the back straightaway. Much more smoother through turns 1 and 2 for the race leader that last time. We'll see in turn 3 if he maybe has another struggle. Joey Logano, 0.7 of a second off the lead, has probably been the quicker of these 3 cars. Quite the gap has been bridged between 3rd and 4th place right now, nearly 5.5 seconds, as Briscoe has been holding Denny Hamlin up. And I can't blame him for that, because I'd rather be row 2 than row 3 on a restart. Could be a vital position down the stretch. 6 laps to go, crossing the Art of Bricks. Heim faster than both Bell and Logano. That last lap, only about 100th faster than Joey Logano, about a 10.5 over Bell. And Logano actually now is a little bit closer to Christopher Bell for second. Only other thing I can think of is Bell maybe holding back just a little bit, knowing their speed in that 22 car. Use the drag. 2 cars faster than 1 down these straightaways. Either one of these 2 cars trailing another have been able to just get close enough, though, to even utilize any kind of a bump draft. Almost wonder if you'd be giving up too much time having to back up to the 22. It'd be quite the risk. Plus, if you back up too much, I don't know that Joey Logano is going to work with you either. He might try to take second for himself, especially if he really does feel he's faster than both cars in front of him, which I would not be surprised if that was the case, and wouldn't blame Joey for trying to make a move in that situation. That was a pretty hefty block by Corey Heim on what has been so far the last restart of the race. It was on Denny Hamlin in the 11 after being in the outside lane of row number 1. Nearly clear out of turn 1. Hamlin had such a shallow entry into turn 2, it ended up just killing his back straightaway speed. Hamlin since fell back to 5th, and he's been there ever since. 22 of Logano giving the push on the restart to Corey Heim after pretty much costing him the restart before that, when he tried to go 3 wide to the bottom into turn 1 for the lead, and there was slight contact between the 67 and 22, and that's how Hamlin got out in front of Corey Heim in the first place. Off turn 2 and down the back straightaway, 3.5 laps to go. We are less than 10 miles away from the checkered flag in the Brickyard 400. Even if it stays green to the end of the race, this is going to be the 3rd longest green flag run of the day. We've had 2 longer in stage 1 and stage 2 of more than 40 laps. Last restarted with 34 to go. Still seeing tire fall off throughout the course of the race, almost 2 seconds in this run. Fastest lap at lap 128 for Heim was a 49.554. His last time by, he ran a 51.489. He wasn't as good as Christopher Bell, but he was faster than Logano that last lap. Joey Logano losing time to the top 2, while Christopher Bell in the 20 is there. But if Bell has any shot at Corey Heim, Joey Logano could pounce. Bell within a car length and a half behind Heim into turn 3. He's trying to get a little bit more pressure on him. What is Bell willing to do as far as commitment level to try to get back to the gas as soon as he can? Get a run on Heim. This time down the front stretch he trails. Picking up some speed in the draft. Great corner exit off turn 4 for Bell. 2 laps to go. 5 miles remaining in the race. Bell going to arc his corner off into turn 1. Almost. And I mean, almost got to the outside of Heim. Heim really backed up turn 1 with that shallow entry. He's going to force Bell to have to make a major move. Though Bell had to lift a little bit too much and lost a lot of ground to the 67. Joey Logano within a car length now. A Bell off turn 2 down the back straightaway. Lap car very slow at the bottom of the track. John Hunter Nemechek out of the way of the leaders. Heim picking up a little bit of that draft on the inside before bypassing the lapper and entering turn 3. Did Bell have one last opportunity on the second to last lap of the race, or is he going to mount a charge on the final lap? One more time, this time by. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go for Corey Heim in his 15th career Cup start, looking for career win number 2. Bell got off turn 4 really well again. He's not as close into turn 1 as he was the lap before, though, and he's going to have to do that same thing off of turn 2. Steady wheel by the 67 of Corey Heim. Down the back straightaway. Not a dire straight situation to have to break the draft. He still remains about 4 car lengths ahead into turn 3. Bell maybe closed in a little bit more than that on entry into the corner, but I believe he's going to be too far back without a minor, or major, I should say, mistake by Heim. Off turn 4, checkered flag is going to be waving for Corey Heim. Bell does not have enough momentum off the corner to beat him to the line. Corey Heim gets career win number 2 in the NASCAR Cup Series and wins the 2026 Brickyard 400. Unbelievable. What a job done. Battle for the in-season tournament championship as they come to the line off turn 4 now. Gilliland still ahead of Ryan Blaney by 2 positions. And $1 million richer will be the 34 of Todd Gilliland. From the 26th seed to being number 1 in this 5-week tournament, Todd Gilliland wins a $1 million bonus. Are we getting a double burnout? Double burnout on the bricks? The weekend of the Young Guns. Wow, youngest Brickyard 400 winner since Jeff Gordon in its first Brickyard 400 back in 1994. What a stat line. I don't think that's as good as the stat line earlier, though, of the first driver to get 2 wins in their first 15 Cup races since A.J. Foyt back in 1965. That one, he's put himself on a list with Jeff Gordon and A.J. Foyt here this weekend. 2 different lists. 2 drivers synonymous with motorsports racing, not just in the U.S., but around the world. Is Corey Heim going to be next to building that kind of a legacy? Unbelievable. First career Brickyard 400 start for Corey Heim as well. He did not run this race last year in his part-time efforts. 1 for 1 at Indy. What a burnout on the front stretch. Next question is he going to do it over the bricks? Yesterday in the O'Reilly race, it was done over the bricks. Nope, not today. Here's your race winner on the front stretch, Corey Heim.
For 23-11.
Time.
Wins for
Time.
now 2 for Corey Heim.
Indeed, in the NASCAR Cup Series, a star is born. What a 6-week stretch for Corey Heim. The win in San Diego, that was massive. Birthday in the middle there, turns 24. And now the Brickyard 400 here at Indianapolis. What a drive from this young man. And he's not even full time.
Yeah.
2 of 15 is a pretty good win percentage. Corey Driver's dream of winning here at Indianapolis. I know you're just 24 years old, but I'm sure this one is top of the list. What was going through your mind in those final few laps? Because I know you had a handful of a race car and a corporate teammate, Christopher Bell, chasing you.
Yeah, that was a damn handful. I was hanging on for dear life once the shade went down and the pace picked up. My car got really loose, and I'd never really been in a lot of clean air throughout the day, so that was the hardest I've ever fought in my life, to just make sure I focused on exits and kept them in dirty air. I'm pretty out of breath. That was a workout, but it's a dream come true. I mean, winning at the Brickyard, I mean, that is unbelievable. Thank you so much, fans, for coming out here. That was awesome. Got a break early with the pit cycle and just executed all day. Made no mistakes. My pit crew, my team, 2311 did a fantastic job with my Field and Stream Camry. So first race with Field and Stream too. That's awesome. First race, first win. So hope we can keep it going.
What did you tell me before the race? You said, I've had to learn how to be more aggressive on restarts. Walk me through that restart with your boss, Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, I just had to be aggressive. I mean, it's for the win. You know, I would have to see it back to see if I really did anything wrong, but I think we both know we're racing for the win, you know, but he has every right to be a little frustrated with me, but I feel like he probably would have done the same thing. So, yeah, I just had to be on top of it. Got a good push from the 22 to be in position, so thanks to him. And, man, it's crazy, too, for, I don't know, what, run 7 races.
15.
Yeah, there we go.
I think you've dispelled the rumor that you need a lot of experience here. I mean, people in the stands may not know. You had never seen this place before Friday.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable. You know, I just studied my butt off and try to make sure I'm prepared going into races. And these guys give me unbelievably fast Camrys. So just huge thanks to 2311 Toyota. I mean, they are on fire this year, so I'm just glad to be a part of it.
Corey Heim, an unbelievable run for him and everyone at 2311. That is 2 wins in 2026 already, Shannon.
Yeah, Marty, Christopher Bell.
What a weekend, or I should say year for Michael Jordan. Wins the Daytona 500 with Tyler Reddick. Now wins at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with Corey Heim in the Brickyard 400. Very few owners in NASCAR, been able to win both of those races in the same season. Congrats to him there. We'll go through the finishing order. Corey Heim with the race win, margin of victory over Christopher Bell by 0.2 of a second. Bell, a runner-up for the 5th time in 2026, still yet to get his first win of the season. Joey Logano sits in third, a valiant effort late, got to within a second of the leader, couldn't get any closer to either Bell or a Heim to make any effort at a charge to try to win his first Brickyard 400, but 2 top 3s in a row for Joey Logano. That team is really turning it around fast. Chase Briscoe 4th in the race in this one. Kind of backed up Hamlin and traffic behind him, but did a good job, much like I'm not slipping a wheel and keeping in control, getting the top 5 finish. Denny Hamlin finishes in 5th, was going for the win. Had the lead actually under caution as they went to that last restart. Unfortunately, did not fire off well out of the restart zone. Gets beat with the 67 and 22 intact on the outside. A big block by Heim on Hamlin. Hamlin had to break the throttle. He loses several more positions down the backstretch and was never able to recover. Fell back to 5th, still finished in 5th place today. Brad Keselowski, a 6th place run. He had 4 top 5s in the last. He had 4 top 5s in the last 6 Brickyard 400s. He comes home 6th today. Another solid run. A quiet but good day for Bad Brad, and a much-needed one as he came in 19th in points. Josh Berry has had a tough season this year, but Big Monkey off his back with a good run today. Stayed clean, 7th place finish. Ryan Preece ends up 8th, came in the first driver below the cut line. Another solid points day for him, and I believe he was top 5 at the end of stage 2 as well. Carson Hocevar finishes in 9th. Tyler Reddick rounds out the top 10. 11th for Chris Buescher. Ty Gibbs 12th. 13th was Cole Custer. Austin Cindric 14th and Zane Smith 15th. Shane Van Gisbergen 16th. 17th Daniel Suarez. 18th for Michael McDowell. Alex Bowman 19th and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 20th. 21st, William Byron. Noah Gregson, 22nd. Ross Chastain, 23rd. 24th place was Todd Gilliland, your in-season tournament champion. If we get an interview with him before they go off the air, I'll let you listen into that as well. He's $1 million richer. AJ Allmendinger, 25th. Ryan Blaney, 26th, who was just 2 spots shy of winning the $1 million himself after getting caught up in a wreck early in stage 3. Eric Jones ends up 27th. Bubba Wallace, 28th. Austin Dillon, 29th. And 30th, Ty Dillon. 31st, last car in the lead lap was Cody Ware. Then John Hunter Nemechek, 32nd, 2 laps down. And we had DNFs for the rest of the finishing order. Austin Hill finishing 33rd. Connor Zilic pulled off track at some point there, finishing 34th. I don't know if he was caught up in that incident or not. I believe he was. Casey Mears, 35th. Riley Herbst, 36th. Chase Elliott, 37th. Did finish the race, but 41 laps down after a toe link break and contact with Stenhouse earlier in the race. Daniel Dye, flat tire crash, finishing 38th. Flat tire crash for Kyle Larson, finishing in 39th. That rounds out the full 39-car field. We finished under the regulation length of 160 laps, 400 miles, 3 hours, 8 minutes, 19 seconds total time of the race, 5 cautions, 4 of them, for incident. 1 in stage 1, 1 in stage 2, 2 of them in stage 3. 15 lead changes, 27 laps of yellow out of the 160 in this one. So Corey Heim goes on to win, leading 58 laps in today's race. I believe that was the most laps led of any driver. 46 for Ty Gibbs, 31 for pole sitter Carson Hocevar. And your stage winners today, Ty Gibbs, winner of stage number 1. And the stage 2 winner was Ross Chastain on pit strategy. Chastain brought it home 23rd. He led 5 laps today. Congratulations, Corey Heim. Brickyard 400 winner. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. How many more is he going to get this season? How many more is he going to get in his career? I'm sure many. He's got a bright future ahead of him. Especially with the equipment he's in as well. Obviously proven to be very, very good, very, very fast. Appreciate everybody tuning in all weekend long for live commentary coverage of not only the Brickyard 400, but all of the NASCAR events this weekend, from the truck race Friday night at IRP to the O'Reilly race yesterday afternoon at IMS. Today's Brickyard 400, qualifying yesterday for the Brickyard 400 as well. We're going to have an off week next weekend on the channel, so no streaming there, as NASCAR Across the Top 3 Series will not be in action. We'll be back at Iowa the week after for both the Cup and O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. Trucks will be off 2 weeks in a row. So Iowa Speedway, 2 weeks from this weekend, we will be back. NASCAR will be on USA Network and NBC Sports for the rest of the season. So first race on USA Network when they do come back. This was the last race on TNT. Have a good rest of your Sunday night. Hopefully you enjoyed today's coverage, and I'll see you next time, everybody. 2 weeks' time. Have a good rest of your night. Have a good next week or two, and I'll see you back before you know it.